Welcome back, my friends, to episode 17, which, sorry, by the way, it's already been 17 episodes. And
we've been doing this for a minute.
Yeah, and not even in 17 weeks either. It's been like 30 weeks, but hey, we don't need to worry about that. Welcome back, my friends. Today is we are finally going to do our deep dive for, we're going to start with rogues, class deep dives, where we have, 10 classes. So we'll have the next 10 episodes. We'll be just deep diving each of them. A lot of these classes I do not play, or Sarthe doesn't play, or ZIRENE doesn't play. So we'll have a beautiful guest who's right above me. Simonize, brother, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I'm Simonize. I stream on twitch.tv/Simonize show. I do rogue stuff. That's pretty much it. I think this class is great. So I that's all I need.
Oh, I fucking love you. I love this shit out of you,
I have
bro.
a question. How do you choose your hat for the day? Is it and my personal favorite is the cowboy hat. Yeah. Every time I feel like you're breaking out the new rogue tech, I'm like, he's got the cowboy hat on. I'm watching this one.
The straw one or the kangaroo leather? Some people call this one the cowboy hat.
Ooh, no, I like the other one. Oh, that's the Australian Crocodile Dundee hat for me.
Yeah, right. So I've got two different straw hats. 1 second, I didn't get them on my quick access tray.
Oh, I fucking love you guys, bro. This is always the best guest we've had on here, dude.
Dude, when Rug showed me he had a video where he was wearing a motorcycle helmet, I lost it.
Yeah, dude, I lost my shit.
Yeah, that was
so good.
Everybody keeps telling me I have to wear hats because he is a little what?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking love this guy.
This is the cowboy hat. Yeah. I bought this at a horse fair. It was like a convention center or something. They were like closing down and they wanted $70 for it. But they didn't want to carry it home, so I offered them $50 and I got it.
There you go.
Nice.
They never want to carry it home, dog.
This one's more like a lakeside style with a straight brim, kind of cool too.
We're doing a hat podcast next.
I have all the hats up in my closet right there, and I just open the closet and I see which one sparks my fancy for that day. And I usually bring out a couple, and then I just change them throughout.
I fucking love it. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show. I speak for probably the whole entire rogue community when we say we love you, and thank you for all the work that you do with Wowhead and
thank you
and all the rogues in general. I don't even play a rogue, and people are always trying to say that I need to get on your level. Okay, so thank you for everything you do for the entire rogue community. We're gonna go over everything rogue. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just happy that people support me, people give me views, you know, whatever, donations, subscriptions to allow me to, obsess probably a little more than is healthy about this game that I like,
But the obsession is why they like it, you know what I mean? That's the best that's the best part about it. So
yeah, okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You can chime in whenever. I like, you'll be talking most of the time. I'm pretty bad at cutting people off, so I try to get better at it. So before we're going to go over everything that has to do with the rogue, obviously specs, everything. But before we go into everything, let's catch up on Sarthe. How you doing, bud? You look like you're in a new place. You're this way. Where are you at right now, my man? And how are you doing?
What's up, guys? Coming to you live from my girlfriend's childhood home. And we're about to head to a music festival right after the podcast up in San Francisco. So this is a unique podcast, but I'm glad I was able to make it for the Rogue podcast. Almost missed it. Really hyped to have Simon here. Because what a legendary rogue, and literally everything about rogue. You tested everything, and when I'm going back to rogue, everyone always asks me. They're like, "Are you gonna make a bunch of rogue guides again?" I was like, "Just go to Simon. I'm gonna watch his videos to learn the stuff I don't know."
Are you at the meet the parents episode of your life right now?
You guys moved in and
meet one. Yeah, meet one. I'm the first one to do it.
Yeah, thank you, Sarthe. Thank you for coming. I was sad that you couldn't come, and I'm glad I woke up this morning to say that you could, because it was the rogue episodes would have been a hard one to not have you on. So thank you, and my new fucking favorite person in the world, another co-host. Welcome to the fucking squad, Big Z. How you doing, dog?
Thank you. I'm doing great, man. The fact that beta just came back up, my day was I had to wake up at 8:30 and do a 10-man nax with Oro, and then now I'm doing this, and then after this I have to raid on my rogue. And then after that, I'm probably going back to beta. So I'm just bouncing around, and it gives me something to do every day besides log in and try to figure something else out to do, right? When you're streaming and you're oh, my raids are all done, you got to find something to do. So I've been leveling on stream, and now I'm doing beta again. So I'm excited about that. Keeping people entertained is, kind of difficult when your raids are over in an hour. then that's all I do is just raid. So I've been trying to expand that a bit. So thanks for having me on the podcast. It gives something for my viewers to watch when I'm not raiding. So
of course,
appreciate
it.
I understand, ZIRENE. I spent about 30 minutes killing crabs in Westfall the other day. I got from like level 15 to level 17 on a rogue, just on this one little spot where they kept respawning. That's the need for content right there.
Dude, people seem to like leveling streams. It's actually interesting.
Yeah,
like a lot of my viewers, I have more viewers or like the same amount of viewers when I stream like a speed run that's about to be like, you know, US #1 or something like that, as I do when I'm leveling. And I'm just like, why are you guys watching me? They're like, well, they're like, well, you're on the other monitor and I'm leveling myself. So people like don't like to level alone. They like to level like with somebody else, but they don't have anybody else. They just pop you up on the screen. And I was like, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like I do that.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So like when I lived alone, yeah, exactly. Right. Like when I lived alone, I was like, well, I kind of just want like another voice around or something. So I just put like Twitch on my TV and just do other stuff in the house. So I totally get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get back on my leveling shit. I'm doing bad at it. I got a mage just like level 30. It's not that it's not fun. It's just that beta's out, but I feel like it's hard not to do something. Now raid testing's out. I'm like, yeah, anything.
Dude, I woke up this morning and my phone just like it knows me now. It just had a notification. I don't get like YouTube notifications at all for anything. But then it was like Sarthe video. And I was like,
I saw that too.
PTR just changed over to pre-patch. Oh shit! Like I was. That's how I got my news. They said it was like 7 hours ago, and I was like, Sarthe's up at like 1 a.m. Man.
Yeah, he's grinding.
What's going on?
I released that literally as we were leaving. Like she had gone and got the car, and so like in the video, there's a part where I forgot the next word I was gonna say. I forgot the word pre-patch. I literally was like trying to rush, and I was like, well, this is an unedited video, so
It's so funny because like we'll be sitting there, and anytime anything happens, my chat will just go, "Oh, can't wait for a Sarthe video." Can't wait for a Sarthe video.
Dude, Sarthe is very good at like it's actually very stressful because I used to work in like I used to work for like Pro Guides, which would be like a whole thing where like a patch drops or like a developer posts something. Being first to press is actually very, very big for your views because somebody will watch your video and then they're like, well, why would I watch this other person's video? Somebody else does a pre-patch video right now or being like, hey, PTR is pre-patch on it. I'm like, dude, I already know. Like Sarthe said that shit like at 1 a.m. I ain't gonna watch this. Being first to press is very important. And it's actually very stressful too because you're like basically always on call and they drop something on you in the middle of the night. You kind of had to jump at it. So big respect there, Sarthe.
Scotty's the best at that. Scotty's
an animal.
Like, it's like 5 a.m. for him, and he'll re-wake up. I don't know how he does it.
Dude, it'll be like 2 in the morning, and he'll just get up and post the video, dude. It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Shout out Scotty J.
He has the blue tracker tied to his phone alarm. So whenever a blue post goes up, it buzzes, wakes him up, time to work.
That's so good. This is gonna be a good episode, boys. Oh man, what a good episode. Okay, well, we're all caught up. We're gonna pretty much let Simonize take over. I want to start with like how rogues feel in the beta. You can talk about both of them. Obviously, go through. You already know what you're gonna talk about. Just go crazy on the beta stuff. I'm gonna field any questions you guys have. I will for him. Just say it in there and tag me if you can, or ping him, whatever. And then when it gets time, like a little bit of a break or like a lull in the conversation, I'll ask the question. And obviously ZIRENE and Sarthe, you already know what to do too. We're just gonna be hanging out, asking questions. If you guys come up to ask questions, shoot it. You know what I mean? Take it away. How's Rogue on the beta, bud?
Well,
yeah, that's what. Yeah. Let's talk about it. How's Rogue right now beta? What's going on?
Talk about the bug? Yeah. So right now with the most recent build that came out on the 3rd, 2 days ago, a new bug was introduced, which is any haste rating. That's like haste rating on your gear, haste rating from potion of speed, haste rating from your gems, is actually increasing your energy generation rate. And this is for all rogues, assassination, combat, whatever. It looks like maybe there's more issues with the combat talents, vitality, and adrenaline rush. But right now, rogues just have way too much energy generation, so they're kind of overpowered. And like you press adrenaline rush on a combat rogue, you literally can't spend all of your energy. You're just capping at the end of every global cooldown. Right now they're a little overpowered. But I did get some raid testing in, prior to this in the last set of raid testing, and I felt like, despite being a bit unfamiliar with the changes to rogues so far, in Wrath compared to TBC, I felt like rogues are still very strong. I did some raids as combat and some as assassination, usually with another rogue with the other spec, trying to get some comparison. And I feel like rogue's very strong. It's good and it's fun because going from Burning Crusade rogue, where it's like maximum 1 in any competitive raid, like you're really not that desired in Burning Crusade. And I'm sure a lot of the viewers who play rogues know the feeling of like messaging someone who says looking for more like DPS, and you say 70 rogue with Glyphs, and they just don't respond to you because like they're like, oh, rogue. So it's a big difference going from like a not desired class to a desired class. Much more enjoyable experience.
Yeah, and it's good top too, because like you can actually use a decent amount of them too. Like I think one of the big things of Wrath of Lich King for you're going to be running into a lot of needing healers more than anything, because I think all the tanks are fun to play and people are going to play those. And you only need 1 to 2 in like 10 mans and 25 mans, and then DPS it's like you can stack like DKs, Warlocks, Rogues, almost no problem there between those 3 classes, and those are 3 of the most popular DPSers. So you're probably going to have a good time at least at the beginning of the game in terms of that. I don't know when like Warrior at the end of the game and stuff starts getting better, but right now it looks like you're probably going to have no problem getting good DPS classes. The popular ones are fun.
All right, I got some beautiful Simonize footage on in the background right now as well for you guys.
This raid, this is 25-man Nax, and I'm playing combat, and I believe the other rogue in here is playing assassination. We did this raid with the first set of raid testing, and throughout this raid I got like really lucky. I won like 4 or 5 different items just off of the stuff dropped. I rolled, I pressed it. Look, it's an upgrade. I'm pressing and then so like that character is super geared now.
The best thing about these raids is like you're needing. I was on a booming yesterday, and I'm literally needing on anything that had spell power. No, need.
Yep.
I did that on the first raid and won 0 items.
Oh no!
On like DK, the first raid, and then this yesterday I won some item. I won the sigil that was on like the badge vendor because it was accidentally on the badge vendor for forever. So a lot of people had it, and I was all bummed that I didn't buy it. And luckily it dropped. Yeah.
So, something I'm noticing on these polls: are you like doing a 1 point in Venom into Fan of Knives?
I'm combat, so I'm not doing any in Venoms.
Okay. So I didn't notice. You take a while to Fan of Knives at the start. What are you doing before you Fan of Knives on AOE packs?
I'm putting up a slice and dice. Usually. One you went right in. Ideally, I should be putting up a 1 point slice and dice in most of these situations. It kind of there's 2 things. Like, I'm not familiar, so I'm probably making mistakes in a lot of these situations. But like number of mobs, you're usually wanting to put up a slice and dice until you get to like a really high number of mobs, like 10, 12 something. Then you might consider just like not slice and dice at all. But like slice and dice is 40% haste. And I've got my Slayer set, so that's up to 45%. It's a ridiculously strong buff. The one main thing I'm doing is I'm switching my offhand weapon to a slow fist weapon. Like my normal setup on this character is a slow fist weapon main hand and the fast dagger offhand. That's for like single target damage. But to optimize that Fan of Knives damage, you want 2 slow weapons. That increases the physical... The physical damage is about the same because the daggers get an extra modifier, but whatever. What it really increases is the chance per hit to trigger instant poison. Yeah. And when you're just mashing Fan of Knives like this, about half of your damage is instant poison. So the going from like a 1.8 speed dagger is about 38% with instant poison. I'm trying to remember. I did these figures once. And then with a 2.6 speed weapon, you're going up to like 55%. Per hit.
Oh,
so
it's huge.
A huge difference.
Damn.
Yeah.
So making that weapon swap is pretty important.
I just pressed Shadow Bolt. Goddamn. Oh man, is there any bugs that, like in a negative way? Outside of that, is there anything wrong with rogues? Like, do you generally like where you're standing right now in the beta? If it was to launch like this, outside of the
outside, I mean, the energy thing, like that's just power plus, but it probably shouldn't be there. As far as things that are broken, there's one thing that I'm not sure how it's supposed to work. When you activate Blade Flurry and then you Fan of Knives, Blade Flurry is only cloning the main hand damage portion of Fan of Knives, and is not cloning the offhand damage portion of Fan of Knives, which seems weird to me. Like, I'm pretty sure the correct answer of like how it's supposed to work is not this. I don't know if it should clone neither or it should clone both, but I'd put higher odds on, you know, either neither or both being correct more than, you know, main hand and not offhand. That interaction with, like, even if it just clones the main hand damage is really powerful. Like, you hit 5 targets with your Fan of Knives and you have Blade Flurry up, you're getting 5 extra main hand hits basically, which is a lot of damage.
Poisons as well?
Blade Flurry extra hits don't trigger any extra effects. They're just duplicating the physical damage of the attack that they're cloning. So there's no extra poison procs from the extra Blade Flurry hits.
When you are using 2 weapons for, you know, you're saying like swapping weapons for Fan of Knives, does it apply both main hand and offhand poison, or does it have a chance to apply both?
Yeah, so Fan of Knives is just it's a weapon hit ability. So anything that can proc from the weapons, be that your poisons, your berserking enchants, your trinkets, whatever, those can all just trigger from Fan of Knives. And there's some interesting things you can make proc from Fan of Knives. In particular, your Rod of the Sun King from Tempest Keep, your Kael'thas Sunstrider weapon, or the Storm Shroud armor set, which came from Classic. It's like a level 52 blue crafted set. It just gives you a 2% chance on hit to regenerate 30 energy. And obviously both these items are like huge stat losses to equip. Way less attack power, agility, haste, whatever, anything. But as you scale up the number of enemies you're facing, the energy generation from these effects scales up with that, because it's, you know, a chance on hit and you're hitting more enemies. At really high numbers of enemies, I'm thinking that these things are actually good to use. This is a bit of a work in progress, and it's kind of unclear if you're actually going to see that many enemies in a single pull, you know, in an actual raid. You could certainly orchestrate it to do that. I mean, like, we did go to Patchwork and literally pull the whole room, and that was like 20 enemies, and I was rocking out of control with my Storm Shroud set and just like pressing Fan of Knives on global, and I had a couple pulls where I was like 50,000 DPS, and I was like, what the fuck, are we playing Shadowlands? Like, I'm actually did 50,000 DPS on this pull.
Jesus. Yeah, because Fan of Knives is...
Bug too.
What?
Oh, was that with that?
Right? Because it was
before.
The last day of last reset, and it was before before the energy bugs.
Yeah, that was without the energy bug. Yeah.
It's because Fan of Knives is like pseudo uncapped AoE, because it hits everything, even though the damage is divided, it's still instant poisons on each mob. So you'll still do the same amount of instant poison to each one, which begs my question of like, I have a few questions here. Is like, is it better to have like a heavy offhand that for Fan of Knives that has instant poison on it as well, and you just swap between that? Or is it better to have like a deadly poison offhand that you swap to and main hand instant, and Shiv and Venom, and then start Fan of Knivesing, because you have the Envenom debuff or buff that gives you like a large percentage chance to apply instant?
So the Envenom consideration would be specifically for Assassination rogues. And I think it kind of depends. You have to make a judgment call when the pull starts. Like, how long do you think this pull is going to take? Are you going to benefit? Is there enough time for you to benefit from putting up a slice and dice? Generally, like, if it's a situation where you're going to Fan of Knives, I think it's not worth spending, 60 energy for a Mutilate, then 35 for an Envenom. You're down 95 energy. That's basically 2 Fan of Knives. The Envenom buff is not, accounting for 2 Fan of Knives worth of damage, certainly.
You don't have to Mutilate, you Shiv, right?
Oh, okay, right, you said Shiv, I didn't.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so then it's like, that's still like 70 energy. That's more than 1 Fan of Knives worth of energy, and your Envenom buff is still not even like doubling your damage or anything like that. I think generally, like, I don't want to be envenoming prior to a Fan of Knives. Like, the trash pull is going to be over very quick. I'd rather just hit like 3 Fan of Knives rather than hit like an Envenom and 2 Fan of Knives.
you think there's a break point where this would matter?
Probably, yeah.
Just not
but
sure.
I haven't, yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't figured that.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna throw a bunch of stuff your way because I'm a big theory crafter. Like,
yeah, of course.
Guys on the show already know that. Like, I like to ask those questions even if they don't have answers yet. Like, and you said like it's an assassination thing. I actually don't think it's exclusive to assassination, right? Because you can, as combat, still envenom, right, and still get the buff. So, and I think the difference in poison damage is like just some of those application talents and like some of those damage talents. But yeah.
So the reason that combat generally doesn't use envenom is because assassination gets the master poisoner talent, which makes it so envenom no longer removes deadly poison stats. Which is like a huge cost to using the ability that just makes it generally not good for combat. But if you wanted to just put up the debuff for Fan of Knives purposes, you certainly could do that. Yeah. But most of these AoE situations, again, the mobs die super fast. So I generally don't want to have deadly poison on my weapon. Because it's like deadly poison going to apply to the mob, you know, at, I don't know, a lower rate than instant poison would even trigger. And then, like, it's going to sit there and, like, maybe it gets 1 tick. Maybe it gets 2 ticks worth of damage. But it's certainly not getting its full, like, 4 or 5 ticks worth of damage. Like, the mob's just going to be dead. Whereas that instant poison is doing upfront damage, you know, getting that value guaranteed. So I think in most circumstances, the instant poison, you know, double instant poison is going to yield more damage.
What's the percentage increase for instant poison on an envenom?
It's a frequency. So instant poison works as a proc per minute, and the proc, which means that when you apply it to a weapon, the chance to trigger per hit varies based on the speed of the weapon. You do proc per minute times speed of the weapon divided by 60 gives you the percentage chance per hit. The baseline is 8.57 for instant poison proc per minute, and then you multiply that by your weapon speed, divide by 60. When you get the envenom buff, I believe that's a 75% increase. So you'd multiply that rate by 1.75. Let me check this. Hang on.
Yeah.
How long is the envenom buff?
No matter what, even the buff is 5 seconds.
Yeah, 75% increased frequency. It's longer, more combo points. It's 1 second plus 1 second per combo point. So if you do a 5-pointer, it's 6. But if you just do like a shiv into an envenom, you know, depending on if that shiv cannot crit in Wrath of Lich King. So you're never getting a seal fate point off of that. So if you're shiving, you got a 2-second envenom. So you got time for maximum 1 Fan of Knives in that.
So it'll always be better
to wait for the energy too.
Yeah, it'll always be better to double instant on trash than it is to deadly. Is what it seems like, unless you're in an AOE situation. Is that correct?
I mean, I imagine you could find mobs that live long enough for deadly, but I think that's pretty safe to say. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That you want double instant.
So I'm gonna need 3 weapons. I'm just writing that down for my GM.
You can, of course. I mean, like, one of the things I've been trying to compare a lot of the different specs. You know, we have a combat spec and see like how that does in an AOE situation through the use of my spreadsheet, kind of modeling the AOE situation, and the mutilate spec and see how that does, and then like a hybrid spec that's specifically designed for AOE. And what I found is that like what it looks like so far is that the mutilate spec comes really close to the hybrid spec in performance, not quite all the way there, but pretty damn close. Just so long as you get 2 different weapons, right? So you have your mutilate, you know, single target, your daggers, and then you just switch into like Calamity's Grasp plus your Rod of the Sun King or your Deadly Gladiator Ripper or whatever fist weapons. So you actually need 4 weapons, ZIRENE. Be sure to let your GM know that.
Thank you. I'll get 5 for good measure.
Yeah, that's case, you know. Good. Yeah.
Have you tried
for conditioning?
Have you seen like, I'm assuming because you tried everything about energy gain, so then anything like Dark Mantle, I don't know, because I didn't
it's the same thing, right?
Does it bug out and you can't do Dark Mantle anymore, or does it still work?
I think it just takes an extra piece, right?
Dark Mantle is a 4-piece bonus, and it gives a chance on it to do 35 energy. But ever since its inception, it never triggered from abilities. It would only trigger from auto attacks. And frankly, like if you just like flip the switch in the spreadsheet and make it trigger from abilities, it's just like your Nax Ramus Bis is still Dark Mantle, and it's like not close. It would be way too powerful. So we didn't. No one going into the beta, like no one expected Dark Mantle to proc from Fan of Knives, but of course, when my boy Kramer got to level 80, rogue friend of mine, he is of course has Dark Mantle, goes to the target dummies, equips, spams Fan of Knives, and has like 200 hits and like not a single proc. So we're like, okay, yeah, as expected, you know, Dark Mantle is not triggering. We confirmed that Rod of the Sun King does trigger. Storm Shroud Armor set does trigger. Focused attacks does trigger from Fan of Knives. The combat talent, combat potency does not trigger from Fan of Knives.
Okay.
And those are like all the energy generation things we could cover, because like it's a really big area of focus, because anything that generates energy is super powerful. When you're casting an ability that is doing like 5,000 damage per energy, basically.
Yeah.
So that's actually really interesting, because the fact that combat potency doesn't synergize with it, and it also Blade Flurry doesn't splash your offhand, it's probably not even coded as an offhand attack at all when you Fan of Knives. It's probably just coded as something else, not even an ability strike. So that's interesting.
Could be. I mean, that's odd, because like other offhand effects definitely trigger. Yeah. Like if you put your Rod of the Sun King in the offhand, that's going to trigger, and your poisons from your offhand are triggering. But like,
it's not counted as like an offhand attack, I guess is the idea, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't know how that would be coded, but yeah, there's a lot of like weird things where like this triggers and this doesn't. And you know, the best I can say is like we tried this thing and it worked, and we tried that thing and it didn't.
Does I don't even know this. If you shiv, does combat potency proc off shiv?
It does in TBC, but it does not in Wrath. Shiv actually got hella nerfed in Wrath, and towards the end of TBC, I had some people like memeing at me and being like, Simon, you got to try this Shiv build where you like literally don't cast, like you just put instant poison on your weapon. You Shiv all the time, like you don't use Sinister Strike. And I'm like, this has got to be a joke. But then they donated like 10 subs or something. And I'm like, fine, okay, I'll do this. And then I was like, wait, this is like kind of good. Like it was like I thought it was just gonna be crap, but it was like within like 1 or 2% of my normal performance. And then I like go into my spreadsheet and I like implement Shiv properly, and I go and I research all the properties of Shiv, and I'm like, yeah, the spreadsheet thinks this is only like 1 or 2% worse. And I'm like, huh. That's kind of like I didn't
1 or
even
2% worse, but you get exposed armor up faster.
True.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I mean, frankly, like the easier, like the easier combo point generation makes the downsides of playing exposed less severe, because you don't have this like long pooling period where you have to build for exposed, because like if it drops, you're fucked, and you also fucked the raid, so you have to like play super safe. And when you shorten that from like a 17-second period that you're always like building for exposed down to like a 14-second period, the gameplay is much more fluid, and you're less subject to like wasting combat potency procs. Like if you get a little extra combat potency procs during your big 18-second period, you usually just end up refreshing exposed armor early, which is inefficient, but you had to play that way to play around, you know, the potential bad luck of not getting them. So you just don't utilize those combat potency procs, which sucks. Which then you make that period shorter by spamming Shiv all the time, and then like that problem is less severe.
Do I just get to like fill with Rupture or something? Do I get to like Rupture? Do I get to fill with like Rupture or Eviscerate if I start getting procs like that, like pretty easily?
Yeah, so when I actually did this today, actual guild speed, not speedrun, Sunwell clear, and I was basically just doing like a 5-point slice into 5-point expose into like 3, 4, or 5-point rupture, like every time. And like the rupture was like my flux, one where like if I got a lot of procs, ruthlessness and combat potency, I'd do that at 5, and then like if I didn't, I'd do that at 3.
Did you say 5-point slice into 5-point expose?
Oh, not for the opener, but for like
I was like, my guild's gonna kill me, dude. Like,
no, not for the opener, but for the like sustained rotation.
I was like, oh shit.
God, your guild is like, is expose gonna happen?
Yeah, dude. There's the three things that people will get mad about is like expose uptime, wind fury, and then lust. Those are like the three things that if you play any of those classes, you know what people are talking about.
Yep.
A couple questions just real quick, just so I can get them in here, just so we don't have to wait long. Is someone says, I wonder if it's worth changing daggers for AoE if you have shit weapons.
For
AoE specifically.
Do you have shit like swords or
assassination?
I'm guessing this person's starting with daggers.
Yeah.
Like they're playing assassination.
Specifically ass daggers, yeah.
Yeah.
Then I mean, I'd say, yeah, like even if your daggers are good, you generally want to swap to slow fist weapons, so you still utilize your close quarters combat. But if you don't have fist weapons, slow sword or slow mace, 2 of them when you're hitting Fan of Knives. You can have a nice little macro that just switches your like 2 weapon setups back and forth. So you're walking up to a pack and you're like, that's 8 mobs right there. Like, I'm going to swap my weapons to my like Savage Gladiator Ripper 2.6 speed fist weapon and my like offhand, I don't know, misplaced servo arm 2.8 mace. That's a bad idea, but I'm just using it. That one, like 2 slow weapons. And then you go into the pack and you put your Fan of Knives, and then everything is dead, and then like it's a big patchwork golem next or something like that. It's like 2 mobs. And they're like, okay, back to your daggers, do your single target dealy with mutilate and venom, whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Would mutilate also use 2 slow weapons? Did you just answer that in that question?
I did not.
Okay.
Generally, for mutilate, you want one for like a single target situation. You want 1 fast weapon, like 1.3 or 1.4, and you put deadly poison on it, and then you pick your highest DPS fast weapon. That's really important because deadly poison has a fixed chance to trigger per attack. It means no matter what weapon you put it on, it's still the same chance to trigger per attack. So a faster weapon just means more procs. And the deadly poison is super duper strong because when it gets up to 5 stacks and then it triggers again, it just triggers your other weapon's poison in addition to refreshing the deadly stack. So it's essentially giving you instant poison procs. Okay, so your first weapon is fast for deadly poison. Your second weapon can be fast or slow. It doesn't really matter that much. You're just looking for the highest DPS option, and you want to put instant poison on it. Obviously, because you do 1 deadly and 1 instant.
Yeah.
A slow
I saw you
weapon.
do a video on this.
Yeah. I do have a video on it because it's a very common question. And an idea that has been brought to my attention a whole lot is like, rogues got to use 2 fast weapons to increase energy generation from focus attacks for assassination. And that's true. Like, you use 2 fast weapons, you're going to get more energy from focus attacks, but you're going to lose some stuff too. You're going to have a lower chance to trigger instant poison per cast of mutilate, and you're going to have a lower physical damage per mutilate, assuming everything else about the weapons is equal, except for the weapon speed. And that's a trade-off, right? Like, it's not obviously better that you get more energy, therefore better. You're sacrificing other things. And I've found that generally when you have roughly equal item level weapons, you want, your best option is, the 1 fast and the other one for your instant poison being slower. When you have, wait. Did I say that right? No.
Just say it again.
Yeah. Just, when you have relatively equal item level weapons, the 2 fast option is pretty good. When you can get a slow weapon that's much higher item level, it's like definitely better than the double fast setup
For your offhand.
Right. The fast weapon in like a boss situation with deadly poison goes in your main hand, and the slow weapon or fast, whatever, the second weapon that has instant poison on it goes in your offhand. And the reason you do this is because regardless of the dagger, for fast, daggers are relatively fast compared to your swords and your maces and your whatevers. Regardless of the dagger, deadly poison's chance to trigger per hit is higher than instant poison, even if instant poison is on like a 1.8. Deadly poison is still a higher chance to trigger per hit. And whenever you cast Envenom, you get 1 chance to trigger your main hand poison. And whenever you cast Mutilate, you get 2 chances to trigger your main hand poison and 1 chance to trigger your offhand poison. So when you put the poison that has a higher chance per hit to trigger in your main hand, you get a lot more poison procs from your mutilates and from your envenoms. So by putting the deadly poison weapon in the main hand in that situation, you're increasing your poison damage enough to make that a good idea, opposed to, I guess, the conventional wisdom of like put your slow, hard-hitting weapon in the main hand. The different setups aren't like super different in damage output, but they're different enough on the spreadsheet that I'm like very confident like this is definitely the way. It's not like a huge deal, but if you're trying to optimize everything, this is what you want to be doing.
I dead ass thought that you just fucking pressed Simonize, bro. That's so much shit. That's insane. I'm just seeding, bro. I'm just seeding and putting a couple dots up. That's what it is.
So I just play a little game with me here. I have a monkey brain. Okay, I have a monkey brain. I'm average rogue player. What weapons am I taking for a boss? You give me 2 weapons, hand them to me, the best weapons for the boss. What are their speeds and what are the poisons on each one?
And if you can add to that too, a couple people have asked, is what enchants are you running? Are you use the Death Frost on those, or are you just using our normal shit?
All right, so what's my main hand?
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're going into Naxxramas and you got your perfect pre-raid best in slot weapons. Okay, with access to the whole like item set of like what is pre-raid best in slot. You want to have your Librarian's Paper Cutter in your main hand. Enchant that with Berserking. Put Deadly Poison on it. And then for your offhand, you want to get the Flesh Shaper. That's the one that drops from Halls of Stone Heroic. It's an epic. It's like item level 200, 1.8 speed. Librarian's Paper Cutter. That's the 1.3. Drops out of Halls of Lightning. Flesh Shaper in your offhand. 1.8 speed. It's like 140 something DPS. Item level 200. Drops out of Halls of Stone Heroic. That one gets your instant poison and has Berserking on it.
Okay.
So for your boss setup, you have that Paper Cutter in the main hand and the Flesh Shaper slow weapon in the offhand. If you're in a situation... Sorry, what?
With which enchant on the offhand?
Also Berserking for both of them.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
If you go like after Patchwork dies, then you have like a bunch of shitty trash mobs that live for like 6 seconds each. You're not going to stack up Deadly Poison. So that advantage on a trash mob that lives for 6 seconds. So that advantage of having the Deadly Poison in your main hand, it disappears in a trash situation. So you just switch them for trash. Put your slow guy with instant poison in the main hand. Switch him up for trash. And then when you get to Grobulus, switch him back. So your Deadly's in the main hand. Again, kind of a minor optimization. Frankly, like, if you just wanted to not think about it the entire time, I'd probably just put the Paper Cutter main hand and the Flesh Shaper offhand if you didn't want to worry about swapping throughout. But you could if you wanted to.
So, but what if I had access to 3 weapons? I'm Deadly Poison, Paper Cutter, Berserking on both weapons, Instant Poison offhand, Flesh Shaper. When I go to trash, wouldn't I want to swap my Paper Cutter for a slower weapon that has Instant Poison on it for trash? And just use double Instant Poison with slow weapons for PPM?
I'm not sure exactly. That does make sense. If you go double instant, you're not putting a poison debuff up. I do think you still want your Deadly Poison because it enables your Envenom ability. Without your Deadly Poison, you can't use Envenom. And even on trash, like you're not like super maxing everything out, but you're still going like mutilate, Envenom, mutilate the next mob with that Envenom buff. And if you don't have your Deadly Poison, you can't do that.
Okay. But for like things like Skitterers and stuff like that, it would definitely be better to use double instant.
Yeah. I mean, if it's one of the Skitterer packs in like Spiderwing, I'm not using my daggers anymore anyways. I'm switching out, if I had that available, I would switch out to like 2 slow fist weapons or like 2.6 or 2.7 with instant, because that chance to trigger instant poison per hit's just astronomically higher.
And people have said it a little bit. So why fist weapons? Is that just an example you're using, or?
It's a little bit of just an example, but you get the close quarters combat talent in combat, and depending on your particular build of Assassination, you may have 3 or 5 points in that. There's 2 kind of competing builds that are very close. And Critical Strike is one of your best scaling stats, like critical strike rate is just your best stat when you're trying to optimize a fan of knives situation.
Ignores AoE.
It's very well, also it not only does it ignore the AoE cap, but it has two. The critical strike is increasing your poison damage. It's increasing your physical damage. It's also causing you to trigger focused attacks more. So it's increasing your resource generation as well. So if you can find like a fist weapon, that you get that extra critical strike chance bonus. If you can't find a fist weapon for your swap and you use like a sword or a mace or whatever, like that's fine. Still, the main reason of switching the weapons is to get that higher instant poison chance per hit.
So,
okay, I see CRIX has pulled up.
I just not pulled it up. I had to go find it because it was denied. Here's your big pool. You want to talk about it? Go ahead. By the way, I'm sharing screen in there, so it's live, so you guys can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
In Discord.
So this is we were doing in Nax 10. We were just doing particular little thing. We were trying to pull all of Patchwork Room at once, just by aggroing the boss, and then it automatically aggroes every other trash mob in the room. And I had conceived this spec
44K.
that 45K. You can see the damage meter on the upper left. This spec takes 38 points down to focused attacks and assassination, and then it goes 33 points into combat to pick up 2 ranks of vitality and adrenaline rush. This spec is just entirely designed to maximize. Yeah, that's the spec right there. Entirely designed to maximize Fan of Knives damage. And oh boy, like the other people in this raid were not close to me in damage output. Like I don't know what to say, but like the damage meter speaks for itself. Like
double the demo lock in meta just now. It's crazy.
Yeah. There's definitely some potential here, and this is something I'm really trying to work on to like optimize more, to figure out, like when is it worth switching talent spec, like utilize your dual spec, like that's 5 seconds of downtime. You may or may not always have that opportunity. Like what weapons do you want under what circumstances? There's still a lot of work to be done here, but what I think this clip shows is that there's a lot of potential here. There's definitely, this is like proof that there's something going on here that is very powerful. Well, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to have enough.
This is before the bug? This is not
energy
bug?
This is before the bug, correct.
This is before the bug.
This is with normal energy generation. And what I'm trying to do with this spec is I'm trying to generate enough energy so that I can cast Fan of Knives on every global cooldown, right? So I'm trying to generate about 50 energy per second.
This is with Storm Shroud?
Yes, so this is with the hybrid spec, so I'm getting most of the heavy lifting is done by focused attacks talent. And then I'm getting a little extra from the Storm Shroud armor set. This was on a template character, so I didn't have access to Rod of the Sun King, but now I've leveled up my main who has Rod of the Sun King, so I should be able to get some testing in with the Rod of the Sun King in a situation like this. But you can see this is like 15, 20, maybe 25 mobs. So I have a lot of potential. Like every time I cast Fan of Knives, like against 20 enemies, I'm getting 40 hits. Each of those is critting like 40% of the time. So that's like 16 procs of focused attacks on average for 32 energy return. And then, I have Overkill giving me an extra 3, my baseline of 10. So we're up to, 32 plus 335, 40, like we're almost at 50. I mean, you see I energy cap there plenty of times.
Yeah, especially with Adrenaline Rush.
And Adrenaline Rush, yeah.
So like, I guess this makes it so like if you're doing a pull like that, as long as you have AR, you don't need Storm Shroud armor, or it looks like you shouldn't need it mathematically.
It kind of depends, because it's going to peter off towards the end with the number of enemies, and then the Storm Shroud is going to play a little bit bigger role there. It very much depends on exactly what's happening in the raid, number of enemies, and for how long, to decide exactly what is best.
Yeah, because I guess you could vanish in the middle of it to re-trigger
Overkill.
Overkill.
Yeah, that'd be good. And the other. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, you're good. No, go ahead.
Okay. So the other thing that I hadn't realized when I was doing these tests is that I probably don't even want Potion of Speed. That gives, that's a potion cooldown that gives me 500 haste rating for 15 seconds. Yeah, Sarthe's got it.
Yeah,
the Wild Magic Potion that gives you 200 spell power, useless. Don't need 200 spell power. Also gives you 200 crit rating. And you remember I said like crit rating, you know, from all the calculations I've done, crit rating is like point for point by far your best stat.
As assassination.
As long as you have this focused attacks talent, whether you're assassination or your hybrid spec.
Gotcha.
The crit rating, you know, tying into your resource generation is what makes it super duper powerful.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of like haste right now for combat potency.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. So that's gonna
almost
like
every class can utilize that potion on trash when there's big AoE too. That it's so strong. It's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, how much single target with that build do you lose? Can you like viably use like heroics and stuff?
My figures were like my single target DPS in the hybrid spec was like minus 13 or 14% compared to combat, which is pretty bad. Like not close. But again, like the assassination spec, just with like standard assassination spec, just with a weapon swap to like fist weapons, was getting within like was like I don't know 90-ish% of the output of the hybrid spec, without cooldowns available. You always have to compare like with or without cooldowns, and I frankly can't remember the figure for with cooldowns, but
without cooldowns is way more often adrenaline rush, at least throughout Nax. Blade Flurry comes up often, but that used to be like the crutch of Rogue, is just how long you're waiting for Blade Flurry.
Yeah, Blade Flurry is still 2-minute cooldown, but Adrenaline Rush compared to TBC goes from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, which is much less. And the combat rogues get this new glorious cooldown, a killing spree. You do 5 main hand hits and 5 offhand hits in 2.5 seconds, and you just have a 20% damage buff for those 2.5 seconds, so that like affects the damage of all those auto attacks. You can proc poisons that get amped up by that. You can also, if you want to, activate a sapper charge during your killing spree to get that 20% damage bonus.
Hey, can you go back in this VOD for a second and when you killing spree?
Yeah, like a couple seconds ago.
Oh, there you go.
Like a little bit back.
Right,
right here.
Yeah.
So he's gonna killing spree in a second here.
It should jump around to the different targets.
Right there.
Yeah.
Put up Blade Flurry. And then killing spree. So those hits of killing spree should get, if the enemies are close enough to each other, they should get cloned and doubled up by the Blade Flurry.
Yeah.
Oh, the min-max potential on a rogue is bananas.
Are you able to do any other abilities during killing spree? I haven't played the combat spec yet on the beta.
I think you're locked in.
No.
Generally, I think you're not supposed to be able to do anything. Your auto attacks do continue during killing spree, but most of your ability is disabled. I don't know exactly why it is that you can use a sapper charge, but like if you macro your killing spree together and you like just mash your sapper charge button, it'll go off, and like we can see that it's getting the plus 20% damage buff.
Yeah.
Just cool.
That's crazy, bro. That's a lot of min-max. I didn't know there's this min-maxing too. I mean, obviously I know there's min-maxing, but this is crazy. This is like
I think combat is crazy. I think combat is really fun. With the additional cooldowns, like a good combat rogue, it's really difficult to know when to press your cooldowns and, you know, get some value from them, or when to hold them to hope to get a little more value later. But, you know, if you hold them for too long, then you're just reducing your total uses throughout the raid. You don't want to do that. You know, like being able to figure out what's going on in the raid and find the right time to pull the trigger on your cooldowns, I think it's really engaging gameplay. And I think the general like single target rotation of combat, where you're juggling slice and dice and rupture and potentially expose armor as well, 3 different buff durations, is pretty engaging. Like you can't stop paying attention to that. You'll fuck it up. It differs from the assassination spec, where you're pretty much just like, you put up slice and dice, you put up hunger for blood, you refresh hunger for blood like once per minute, and then you're kind of just pressing envenom.
Yeah.
You know,
Envenom,
Mutilate
Envenom.
It's there's optimization to be had. I think it's very clear that there's like less, you know, skill cap with assassination, less optimization to be had. But there's no doubt that the Assassination single target damage is very good. And especially for someone who's like new to Rogue and maybe is like intimidated by all that stuff I just said about combat being like difficult. Assassination's a very good pick. Like, it's a powerful spec. You're probably doing more single target damage than the combat Rogue is. And like, it's much easier to perform at, 98% of your potential as Assassination than it is to perform at 98% of your potential as combat. So Assassination definitely a good pick.
Currently stacking up against each other in both single target and overall, within your opinion of like actually throughout a raid, other than like directly on the spreadsheets? I mean, that for single target, but on overall, how are you seeing things kind of stack up against each other throughout a raid?
I would say generally we don't have the data tools to decide that yet. I think there's potential to like get enough extra value out of your combat cooldowns if they're used well to you take a loss on the single target against the Assassination Rogue, but you potentially get a gain over the Assassination Rogue on the like trash packs with good effective use of your cooldowns. It's hard to say for sure. I as a fan of combat, I want to say that it's going to be competitive, but what we really need is like we need Warcraft logs to be able to like collect a large sample of raid data and then rank and show us the 95th and the 98th and the 99th percentile performances for each class. Because like I've been in some raids where it's like, okay, or shown some logs from the beta, and they're like, wow, this Assassination Rogue just dumpstered this combat guy. And I look at the combat guy, and he's like, okay, this guy has 60% uptime on Slice and Dice on Patchwork. Like, this is not a good example of a combat rogue. Or you have people with like vast gear disparities, and like just it's not going to be we don't have the data yet until we can collect until Warcraft Logs does that for us and like gives us this really large thing. So without having the data in front of me, I'm going to say I want combat to be good enough because like I like that one more, and I think the potential is there, but we just don't know for sure yet.
Yeah.
Well,
so I think that's a thing for like every class for seeing in logs is like always comparing logs. It's hard because you don't know how well or you can look and detect how well someone's playing the class, but like it's like a double-edged sword because you'll see someone performing really well, especially like you'll see like DKs like on the screen performing insane with bug sigils. And unethical, exactly. And then you'll see as people do their new raids, they're playing a lot better because they've played the class a lot more and stuff. So everything is early assumptions outside of literal spreadsheet numbers. And
like I ran into my first really good Feral Druid today. Like he was actually blasting. He was doing the same amount of damage as a Oro on Spellhance. And I was like, oh, I guess energy is kind of bugged for him too. But he was bear weaving, so he was maintaining 5 lacerates while still DPSing his cat, right? Because Führer now does the thing where instead of giving you energy when you shift, it allows you to keep energy. So you dump all your cat energy, swap bear, and then when you have 100 energy, you swap back into cat. So he's weaving lacerates and then berserk, which allows you to like triple mangle shit on cleave for stuff like that. So I ran into my first one who actually knew what he was doing with it. But I'm like, I don't know how much. That's actually like gonna be good because the energy bug, right? So I'm like, how good is it actually? So I hate that there's these types of bugs because we don't know what's good, what's looking too good and what's looking too bad. Like like Arms Warrior, Fury Warrior, they're looking exceptionally bad because of the bug. So
at least you guys got good bugs. I'm over here with a fucked up glyph, and my Shadow Priest can't do shit.
But I actually did have a question about rogue stuff because like I'm a combat enthusiast myself. I actually did Sunwell Plateau with rugs on my 70 and top damage is combat. Just like doing regular Sunwell with him on the beta. So we're like, we have killing spree and stuff like that. And my question was, and I'll preface this by saying like how I've done it, but I haven't done any math. I'm a big feely craft, theory craft person. What's the best way to use killing spree in terms of lining it up with your cooldowns? Because what I've been doing is I've been popping Blade Flurry Adrenaline Rush, and then as soon as it's at like 3 seconds left on my Blade Flurry, I've dumped all of my energy, I've eviscerated my last 5-point Blade Flurry, and then I Killing Spree on the last 3 seconds. So when the time I get out of Killing Spree, I should have full energy again from AR. But what is the best way to actually use Killing Spree? Is it with Blade Flurry, without Blade Flurry, or what time in it should you be using it, or does it not matter at all?
It does kind of matter, and you have kind of different cooldowns. Like Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush are doing very different things with respect to how they interact with Killing Spree, right? Blade Flurry is giving you haste, and if you have 2 targets, of course, it's cloning all your physical damage. Adrenaline Rush giving you extra energy. You can't spend any energy during Killing Spree, so there's really no interaction there. What you do want to worry about, though, is you don't want to cap energy, because you can't do anything during your Killing Spree. And generally, like, energy is very powerful. When you cap energy, you start wasting some, which is just really generally bad. If you can get yourself down to like 0 energy and then press your Killing Spree, you're usually not going to cap, even if you have Adrenaline Rush. You need 2 combat potency procs during Killing Spree. That's out of 5 hits to cap energy if you pressed your Killing Spree right at minimal energy. So you can line it up to do Killing Spree during Adrenaline Rush and have very low odds of capping. And the reason you might want to do that rather than just taking the safe bet of casting Killing Spree after your Adrenaline Rush is because you generally want to stack everything together. Well, Killing Spree and Adrenaline might not have a very good interaction. Adrenaline has a very good interaction with your attack power buff, which has a good interaction with your Blade Flurry. And your Killing Spree has a good interaction with your Warp Spring Coil proc. So, like, while not every single cooldown, has a positive interaction with every single other one, you usually have enough crossover that you get the most damage output from just putting everything together.
Yeah.
You just have to be able to maneuver it with the Killing Spree to be, like, pressing the Killing Spree at a point where you're at as little energy as possible to mitigate the risk of capping energy and wasting some energy. And then like as the Killing Spree is going, you're just mashing your Sinister Strike button, so like as soon as it's over, you spend that chunk of energy.
Okay, good. I thought I was messing it up, so I was like, because like part of me was like, is it good to like pop AR and for 3 seconds of AR build up combo points, immediately Blade Flurry into your first Eviscerate, and then when AR ends and you still have Blade Flurry for 3 seconds, then pop Killing Spree? So I'm like trying to figure out if it's good to like unalign them, but I still miss out on like a few Blade Flurry splashes of like Sinister Strikes from having it. So I'm not sure. I don't know which might be better because you can't really spend energy while you're doing Killing Spree anyway. So you still get full Blade Flurry value duration, but I'm just not sure.
So I mean, what I'd do, like if I'm hitting 2 targets with trash, I'd run in. My first ability would be Blade Flurry into a Sinister Strike, into a Slice and Dice, Adrenaline Rush, and then I immediately try to dip my energy down to 0, as close to 0, and then Killing Spree. Because then after the Killing Spree, I'll have a nearly full energy bar, and I want to spend that nearly full energy bar while Blade Flurry is still up, where I get double value from that energy. So if I'm running up to a trash pack, that's my thought. It's Blade Flurry, Sinister, Slice, Adrenaline, lots of Sinisters to get my energy down to 0. Killing Spree, energy goes back up. Then I probably like Eviscerate and just like spend the rest of that energy back down to 0 before that Blade Flurry ends. Is how I try to do that. Really, the focus is kind of that like Blade Flurry is your best cooldown.
Yeah.
Double your damage output. You want to do as much as possible during that Blade Flurry.
If things die fast or slow enough, wouldn't you prefer to get up Slice and Dice before using Blade Flurry for the sake of not losing the global?
Yeah. So most trash packs, that's like not applicable. Yeah. But there are situations where like there's going to be 2 or more targets for an extended period of time, and then you have a slightly different approach. You like put up a Slice and Dice for like 18 seconds or something. Like you put up a big one that you then can pool up to maximum energy while still having at least 15 seconds of Slice and Dice. And then when you're at like near max energy and you have a big Slice and Dice going, then you Blade Flurry, and then you dump that full energy bar into the Blade Flurry. So if the situation allows for it, you generally want to Blade Flurry when you're at high energy rather than low energy, but you're never going to like waste potential Blade Flurry,
uptime. Yeah.
If the pack, you're right. If the pack's not going to live 15 seconds, you're not going to spend 5 seconds setting up your Blade Flurry.
That really was like back in Nax. That was the difference between all of the top rogues on overall was Blade Flurry uptime and like just uptime in general. Like utilizing and mapping out your CDs is so
absolutely.
key.
Like you look at the damage difference among different rogues, and like there'll be a huge difference in the amount of Blade Flurry damage they deal if they're utilizing that cooldown properly or not.
Yep. You want to get it on cooldown so it gets off cooldown. You want to Blade Flurry as much as you possibly can and then tire clear. If you care about overall, which a lot of people seem to not, apparently.
Yeah.
Which is weird as fuck.
Yeah. I always have to clarify with that with people, like when people ask for advice, because it's like there's really different advice that you get when someone is just like, man, I just want to do the most damage to Brutalis. I really do not care about how much damage I deal to Sunblade Dawn Priest, right? And like that's fine. Like I'm in a speedrun guild, so like that's not my perspective on the game, but other people have that perspective. Like that's totally fine. Like that's enjoyable, and like it's a different set. So like sometimes I forget to ask that, and I give advice according to my mindset of like overall, and they're like, wait, but doesn't that like sacrifice your boss damage by like 5 DPS? But I'm like, yeah, but it ups your trash DPS by like 100. And they're like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that.
You're absolutely trolling. We all think it's weird as fuck that we care about overall. No, it's weird that you don't care about overall. Like what? That's all there is to do in a raid is overall.
Yeah.
Unless you're in like dad guilded out and you're a parse guild, that's obviously different. But there's less parse guilds than there are people hounding overall.
Yeah.
Even like the way the epitome of parse guilds used to focus on overall also outside of like, I mean, because overall wasn't tied before Black Temple, it wasn't tied to your speed times. So like overall, they would have crazy. Yeah, I remember like getting #1 world SSC and #1 world TK overall, and then like a week later, Enthaz got like 300 DPS higher than me, and I was like, Bestial Wrath like 17 times more.
Yeah.
I was like, there.
Yeah. The way I always try to explain it is like, think of it from a raid leader's perspective, and the raid leader can choose between 2 damage dealers. One damage dealer who says, I just care about boss damage. I'm going to maximize the boss damage, and I don't think trash damage matters. And they could choose between that player, or they could choose between a damage dealer who says, I'm trying to maximize my overall boss plus trash damage. The trash mobs are mobs you have to kill to get through the raid. And you're being brought as a damage dealer. Your job's to deal damage to the things that need to be killed. So if you're saying, like, you don't give a shit about half or more of the mobs in the raid, from a raid leader perspective, it's very easy to put that person on the bench and put the person who cares about, trash damage into the raid.
Bro, if you sit in there, if you're in there raid AFK on trash and you're not doing shit on trash, you're a bum, bro.
Yeah, but if the person who cares about... Yeah, like, if the person who cares about bosses is even like a 5% better boss damage dealer, I'm definitely bringing him, because in Wrath of the Lich King, there's a lot of DPS checks. Like 3 Drakes already in P1, like as a DPS check. There's hard DPS checks now for some reason I really do put a focus more on bosses than before. I mean, whichever way you're doing it, whether you're actually natty killing the Drakes or you're doing the actual like burn it down thing. If people are playing with like non cracked out DKs or rogues, I'm bringing the people who do the most damage still. Like that's the thing that I think, especially when you're starting off and people don't really have much gear, the person who's going to deal more damage to bosses is going to be slightly more useful. And it's going for me, who's like, I'm a speedrunner who cares mostly about trash damage.
That's also OS though, too, where it's just one boss. Like that kind of makes sense, right? When you're in Nax, when you're in Holdor and Nax, there's
more
a
of
lot.
Things.
Yeah.
Maybe more of those things.
Yeah,
at least
that's respectable. I agree with that.
Yeah.
By the way, in the background, you used
wasn't
killing spree on Thaddeus.
Oh yeah, that was a mistake. Okay, so
everybody's done that. Everybody's done that.
Okay, so this is what happened. I pressed killing spree on Thaddeus, and I didn't actually die, but I'm pretty sure I dealt polarity damage to other people. And then right after that, I was thinking about it. I was like, was that actually safe? Was I doing a bunch of damage? And while I was thinking to myself about that, I don't have a DBM installed here. He did a polarity shifted my polarity, and then I didn't move, and then I died. because I like my deep. Normally, when I'm playing this boss, I'm used to like a ping audio cue when polarity shift happens, and I'm like, okay, pay attention to that. And I was just like in my head thinking about, was that killing spree actually safe? Was I like, dealing a bunch of damage to people, and then dead.
Because the tank died recently after. It didn't die during. The tank didn't die during, but he died recently after, and I was like, ooh. But I didn't see like the numbers of like anything hitting him, so I was like, is it?
Then I got a combat res mid-fight, and I had to wait. And I had to wait for Thaddeus to cast polarity shift again, and then accept the res the moment before the polarity shift completed. So then I would get the debuff before anyone shocked me, and then I could move to the proper location. And the rest of the fight, I didn't mess up the polarity a second time. That's for damn sure.
The thing that I want to say about overall is we're not saying don't do boss damage. I'm talking about the people who fucking AFK trash because they feel like they have to do boss damage. That spec that you're talking about, where that 5% more on boss damage, it doesn't mean that you can AFK trash. You can still hard carry trash. Compared to each spec I play, there's a good trash spec and then there's a good regular spec. But if I'm in my regular single target spec, you can still pump trash out, and you should be, because you're still on overall there the whole time. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I wasn't trying to flame people who like. I'm not trying to flame dad guilds and stuff. I'm just saying do both. Like, you don't have to be like, oh, boss is here, I'm gonna go jack off and go get something to eat while you guys put me on follow. Like, no, do some fucking trash. You know what I mean? You bum. That's to no one. That's to no one specific. That's just to whoever's listening that doesn't like playing the game and doesn't like me. You're a bum. Anyway, continue.
I think it can be very different.
Shots fired, Crix.
Because Nax is a really long raid where trash realistically takes up a lot of the time, and the bosses aren't necessarily that hard. Sunwell, if you were in a guild that was struggling on bosses, you would want to focus specifically on boss damage, right? Because you have like legitimately challenging DPS checks, whereas in like a speedrun guild, you're not worried about the DPS checks as much. But so Nax is a very long raid where I think realistically you're either going to have like a 4-hour raid if you're taking it slow and like waiting in between every pull, or like just having an overall like people focused on just clearing it because it's easy, and you'll clear in an hour and a half to like speedruns will be like 40 minutes, but like
easily.
It'll make such a huge difference in your raid night.
In the TBC raids, like SSC TK, I remember doing these figures, looking at like the total damage dealt to trash and the total damage dealt to bosses. SSC TK had like 60-40 split in favor of trash. And then Black Temple, I believe, was like 55-45. A little bit closer, but still more trash. Sunwell was like 60-40 in favor of bosses. Like, there's just more boss health in Sunwell. And then, at that point, like, when it's literally more boss damage available in the raid than trash damage, then it's like, it's pretty legitimate to, like, prioritize, like, hard prioritize boss damage. And, like, the bosses in Sunwell are much more dangerous. If you prioritize boss damage and you like your raid is optimized for that, you kill the bosses faster, which means you have like less opportunities to make a mistake or for bad RNG to screw up your run. So it kind of depends on the raid, like what exactly is going on, whether you're trying to like whether it's a good idea to hard prioritize boss damage or like give a little more or a little less consideration to your trash damage.
That was an hour-long discussion on rogues on the beta. That was beautiful. That was nice. And now we can we're gonna slow it down a little bit because I want to go over some overall changes, the big changes, if you can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Big class changes. Oh yeah. Big class changes. Anything big you can add to it. We'll go over and you can go over the specs. But when you go over the spec, you can kind of save the spec for the overview. So anything big, just same thing.
Yeah. So there's a couple like broad changes to rogues. First, we get to use axes. Cool. Didn't get to use axes before. There's some sweet axes in Wrath of Lich King.
Yeah, I didn't know you couldn't use axes.
Some very good ones. Sorry, what?
I didn't know you guys couldn't use axes. That's crazy.
Yeah, couldn't use them up until now. So then, like, orcs get your axe and fist weapon specialization, so they get extra expertise with axes and fists. So, like, if you want to like pick up your brutal gladiators axes in the pre-patch as an orc, those are like pretty good weapon options. Again, like if you don't have your legendary warglaives as Azzinoth, of course. A big change is the energy generation is smooth now. You don't have these like 2-second wait periods where you generate 20 energy at a time. It's now literally 1 energy every 0.1 every 10th of a second. So it's just a smooth bar that gradually fills up, which the playability of that, like, it's much easier to play with than worrying about these ticks, like ticks of energy. And your kick is no longer on your global cooldown. Okay, so the energy generation combined with the kick not being on global cooldown makes it so much easier when you have to focus on interrupting a mob. Because like right now, like in Sunwell, we have these Dawn Priests that cast Holy Nova. It's really important that you interrupt all these Holy Novas. And what you have to do as a rogue is
that's dope.
You have to both pool your energy and like intentionally not use abilities, and then you also have to like not use abilities because you don't want to get on your global cooldown at a critical time. So like it takes so much more attention to make sure you can interrupt things in TBC, and then now then in Wrath with kick off the global and your smooth energy, it's just like you almost don't pay attention. You're like, oh, the guy's casting a spell. Okay, well you just press your kick, and like before the spell completes, you'll have generated enough energy to cast your kick anyways, even if you weren't pooling energy. So that's great.
That's gotta feel good.
It feels very good, and frankly, like
good.
I've been playing on the beta a lot, and then I like go back to do my Sunwell speedrun, and I'm like, damn, this is gross.
I'm
trying to interrupt those.
I'm trying to AoE, and I'm like on my Hunter on Sunwell speedruns, I'm like, I can't do any damage to AoE, and then on the beta, you're like, I am a god.
Yeah. So going into Wrath of Lich King, you generally have 2 viable specs for raiding. You have Assassination and Combat. That's a big change from Classic and Burning Crusade, where you basically only had 1 viable spec, and any of your alternatives were just like so much worse that you just wouldn't use them. So people that want some variability in their gameplay, like a lot of the gear that you use for each spec is actually just overlaps. It's the same for the armor. Like you just have some different weapons. So if you want to like play Assassination a little bit, pump with Assassination, do some event, do that, and like you get bored of that, go to Combat. Like you have 2 very good specs, which is great. Very welcome change.
How bad is sub?
Oh, that's not a viable. So okay, sub is very good for PvP. I'm not a PvP expert, so I'm going to be brief here. But Shadow Dance, the final subtlety talent, is a kind of insane ability. Only a 1-minute cooldown, gives you a 6-second buff. You can use a glyph to put it up to 8 seconds. Lets you use stealth abilities while out of stealth. So you get really insane combos, like you press your Shadow Dance, then you Garrote the guy, then you ambush, then you ambush, then you ambush, then you kidney shot, then you ambush again, or something like that. And like ambush, just crap load of damage. Or you Shadow Dance, Garrote the guy, cheap shot the guy, and then like go over to the other arena enemy and just sap them. Because like maybe they were in a blind or whatever. You don't have to vanish to get out of combat to sap the guy. You just walk over, and because you're in Shadow Dance, you can sap them again. Assuming the target isn't in combat either, like already CC'd or whatever. So it makes your CC chains, like you have more options for that. And that's about the extent of my knowledge, but I understand Subtlety's really good in PvP. It really sucks in PvE.
You would never, not even like one boss, nothing. You just never even wink, not even a peek.
Like just the talents and subtlety, they just don't compare to what's offered in combat.
There was at one point the Honor Among Thieves talent working in PvE for people because it had no like internal cooldown of 1 second. And so they just had infinite combo points.
Oh, wow.
This was like a thing at the very beginning of Wrath that rogues did, but it's not going to exist now.
Somebody asked earlier too, is Hemo not a thing anymore? You wouldn't ever even think about it?
Not for PvE circumstances. The PvP rogues will use both Hemorrhage and Backstab, because Hemorrhage gets a big modifier for using a dagger. Previously it was just like 110% weapon damage, just flat. And it was like, okay, well, you just want a slow, hard-hitting, mace or sword or something, 2.6 speed or slower. Now in Wrath, it says, okay, 110 weapon, or I don't know what the percentage is, but, bear with me. 110 weapon damage with anything, or 160% weapon damage with daggers. So similar to how the tooltip of, like, Fan of Knives says, like, more damage with daggers, less damage with other things. That's to equalize the weapons, because the daggers have inherently lower damage per hit. So you can use hemorrhage with daggers, you can use it with swords, you can use it with whatever. And it puts up that nice debuff that increases damage taken per hit. And then the reason the PvP rogue would sometimes use backstab instead of that is you get this sick talent called Waylay, which makes your backstabs and ambush put a physical type debuff on the target that slows them. So you have a poison-based slow and a physical-based slow, which makes it very difficult for your PvP opponents to dispel both of them and then get away from you.
Yeah.
Cool.
And like, in my opinion, like the big thing that changes the shift from spamming hemo to backstab is backstab costs 40 energy with the deep subtlety talents. So like, it's basically the same cost as Sinister Strike, or just 5 more than hemo. So if you're playing PvP as a rogue, you are almost guaranteed for the entire expansion to just use daggers. They're just so much better. It allows you to ambush and not have to weapon swap or anything like that. And so, yeah, daggers are like the weapon of choice now for PvP for rogues.
Sorry, I'm turning off my sounds before I get fucking flamed again in the comments.
Oh no!
Annoying.
Yeah, it's like for PvP, like rogues are already a big menace. And they, in my opinion, they get stronger, but kind of the only thing that really gets taken away from them for the most part is that wound poison is a single thing and not a 5-stack now. So if people want to dispel wound poison, yeah, granted, if it doesn't resist the dispel, you can still get rid of it pretty easily now, not having to go through 5 stacks of it. So that's how rogues got weaker, which for some classes is a big deal. But rogues overall, I think, got a little bit stronger across the board against most of their opponents.
He said soon the camera will be just a hat. Oh, yes. We love it.
I was adjusting my camera before the stream, thinking about, well, if I show this much above my head, then my top hat won't fit. But then
we don't know how tall it is, though. If you cut it off there, it could just be all the way to the ceiling.
Just sit up a little bit. Then, now, it could be a 20-inch top hat. You don't know.
A 20-inch top hat? That's the real question.
This is a 10-inch, and it's called a stovepipe top hat. You see, it as the comparison to the brim to the pipe of the hat is a 90-degree, and it's straight up. You have other kinds of top hat that have like a curved pipe and maybe a curved brim. Those are other styles. Specifically, the stovepipe, which is the Abraham Lincoln style of top hat, has this very particular 90-degree angles and flat sides like this.
I like it.
Very clean.
There you go. There's your hat facts.
Hell yeah.
I know Fan of Knives like was the biggest thing for rogues that changed a lot. Well, added, but is there anything else that
tricks?
Anything else that you want to talk about?
Let me talk about those new abilities.
Yeah.
There's 3 new abilities and 1 ability that's changed. And let's start with the big hits. You have Tricks of the Trade. Tricks of the Trade is a really big deal ability. You get it at level 75. It's a 30-second cooldown. You cast it on a friendly party member. And then you get a 30-second buff that just kind of persists, doesn't do anything yet. Once you attack someone, it changes into a 6-second buff for you and a 6-second buff for the target. Your buff causes all the threat you generate to transfer to your friendly party member. The party member's buff causes all damage they deal to increase by 15%. So this is kind of a weird ability that's doing multiple things, and it's really powerful, and there's multiple ways to use it. The like threat transfer part can be used so that like you cast tricks on your tank, and then you can just go full blast from the very start without worrying about threat whatsoever, because all that threat's going to transfer to the tank. You don't have to worry about ripping threat at all. Now, a lot of tanks will say like, okay, threat's so good in Wrath of the Lich King that you don't need to tricks the tank, but you're good. Sometimes that's true, and other times like you're good. You're still gonna want to tricks the tank to allow yourself to attack earlier. I'm generally in the camp of like I want to be trixing the tank first on the pull, and then you utilize the other part of the ability and you cast Tricks of the Trade on damage dealers just to give them that buff, right? You can then cancel your like threat transfer thing after they get the damage buff, so you don't even transfer threat to them if you don't want to. 15 energy to give someone a 6-second buff that boosts their damage by 15% is like one of the most energy efficient damage gains you can do, and it's frankly not close. So if you're trying to optimize your like overall raid contribution and your raid's total DPS, you definitely want to be casting that on damage dealers. Like, it's a very good thing to do. And frankly, like, there's a glyph available also that bumps it up from a 6-second buff to a 10-second buff. And again, that's one of the best glyphs you can use. So like, you're casting this, and with the glyph, you've got roughly 10 seconds uptime on a 30-second cooldown. Like, that's a pretty big damage boost for whoever you give it to. And CRIX, I'm sure you can talk about how like some classes can snapshot the bonus and kind of carry that beyond the duration of the 15% damage buff, the like little 10-second. You wanted to talk about that?
So you pretty much just want to always give it to a warlock. No, Affliction of Warlocks. Okay. I'm just kidding. Affliction of Warlocks. I like it as Affliction of Warlocks because we can use that damage percentage and we can put a corruption up, and a corruption will snapshot that percentage damage and crit, but that's something else. And we can keep that the whole time because our corruption refreshes with a different talent. Well, we're a little bugged right now in the beta, but when they fix it, if they fix it, it'll roll with this. So you can give this to a lock, and we keep that the whole time, which is nice. But
yeah,
does
does
it double stack? So like once this is done, can you get another Tricks and it will
double stack it?
Because
you are never resnapping a corruption. You put up in the beginning. Oh, you do it towards the end, but in the beginning, you just leave it alone.
You never recast.
Yeah, okay. If you recast it, you drop it. It resnaps for you. But ZIRENE, local tank expert, cause we both kind of mumbled at the same time when he said, "How do you feel about the tank threat?" Just an off topic, but tank threat, and then the whole Tricks thing with the tank.
If you're a rogue, you need potentially 3 macros. You need one that sets your focus target. You need one that casts Tricks on your focus target, and the other one casts Tricks and cancels Tricks on yourself. Because if you're doing on a DPSer, just cancel the DPS exchange. Because yesterday, I know rogues are bugged, but I was tanking Hygen, and as soon as I pull, a rogue's tricksed another rogue and didn't cancel it, and the guy went from 40 to 70 to 100k threat on the damage meter in the ticks that on the threat meter in the ticks that the threat meter updates. So he went 40, 70 in 2 ticks. He went up 70k threat. It was 110 at the end, and he ripped right then. And I was like, wait, what just happened? So I think if you're going to do that, you absolutely need a cancel aura on yourself. So like 3 macros for it, whether they're alt modifiers or whatever, to just your normal Tricks of control and alt, whatever it is. Just make sure you have a different version of it, right? I think it's absolutely necessary. I think tanks for AoE pulls could get Tricks and be like, I think Tricks on trash, fantastic. On bosses, not really necessary. On trash though, it's so good. Like, it makes any tank an AoE tank. Like, if you're a Blood DK and you're like, I can't really tank trash, Tricks him, run in, Phantom Knives, spam, and he's going to be completely fine with just Death and Decay.
So, I mean, we spent like the whole first part of this stream talking about how overpowered Fan of Knives is. Like, you put Tricks on your tank and then you Fan of Knives, and like all that threat generation from all that is just going straight to the tank. And those mobs are never coming off the tank until they die. So go ahead.
I was going to say, because having everything stay in one place is a giant DPS increase, because stuff starts moving around, getting out of other people's AoE, walking on a warlock, hitting them, anything that's going to like go out of the pack, etc. It's going to slow you down. So from what I know, for people who play on private servers, tricksing tank into fan is incredibly common, and they rotate it between like 3 rogues on every pull, right? It's this guy, next one's this guy's, next one's this guy's. Because if you have something that is a 30-second cooldown, 10-second duration, you could literally have it on the tank the entire time, just rotating it. So they do that on private servers for when they're trying to speed clear or do something quickly.
And 2 friends of ours put 2 approved Tricks of the Trade macros in there if you guys want to check them out.
Wonderful.
I will say that for like our fusion runs for the guild, I've been kind of like telling who to do tricks on. And I always just go to the tanks every time on trash. And our demo lock, I mean, all of our warlocks, we had Sarthe in there pumping on his characters. We've every class, nobody had threat issues on trash, not one bit ever. And I'm talking, you're running towards the trash, and I have a seed going over your fucking shoulder, or we're in meta charging in, and like we're not, and there's no issues at all. And then, however, at the same time, in the same breath, single target on the bosses all day yesterday in both runs. I did not give a Trix to a tank at all on any boss, and nobody had threat issues still.
Yeah.
So while if you are in a we're all the warlocks are watching. We still have Shatter, and we're paying attention to DSACs and stuff. But obviously that's different for every guild. But just people wondering, like we haven't had issues with it, and we're kind of try-harding on the beta though, so give it a little bit. But I don't think, I mean, it's not going to be out of the normal to get like the first one to the tank, but that's all I had to say on Trix.
Yeah. On bosses.
We have misdirect as well. So like there's two abilities that
bosses
do this.
Should not be.
And Hunter's misdirect on trash is also just as powerful because their burst AoE is ridiculous. So like you can rotate those two if you only have a rogue and a hunter, and then the hunter's always going to misdirect the boss. So Trix is also like not as necessary because there's the same thing happening, essentially, kind of.
Yeah, I found sometimes, like particularly for boss pulls, where like the tank is dragging the mob from where it started, and I found that their threat generation is not as good as like a patchwork where like they're basically standing on top of the boss from where to go. And I've had some cases where I'm pulling threat or I'm like just riding the tank on threat, where I like would have felt much safer trixing the tank. But like that first Trix, like you really do want it on the casters if you can afford it, because like CRIX said, like you want it to snapshot their corruptions or their whatevers when all of their other effects, like their tailoring, cloak enchant, or their trinket procs are active. They want all that together to get snapshotted into their corruption and go forward. And if they're, if you're sending your first Trix on your tank, then they're not getting the Trix in that window where they have all those other procs. So it is a pretty big cost for that first one to go to a tank. But at the same time, like if it's causing you to throttle DPS, it's also causing other people to throttle DPS if the tank's threat generation off the rip isn't as good as it could be. So it's definitely a consideration of like what's going on in your exact raid. You may have cases where you want to Trix the tank on pull, but generally you don't want to do that.
A question too here is so CRIX, if I have a rogue and I have like maybe 2 rogues or whatever, and I have a few warlocks, am I going between my Trix on each one? So first one, CRIX gets it. 30 seconds later, Sarthe gets it on his warlock to snapshot his stuff. Do I do something like that, or do I just keep giving it to CRIX over and over again?
I'm not gonna lie. If CRIX is in your raid, you give it to CRIX over and over again.
Okay,
I've never, but at the same time,
oh my god.
They just been feeding it to me. I'm not sure actually. I don't know. You could. I don't see why you couldn't do that, but because then you could at least give that other warlock a chance to snap again, right?
Yeah, because you're not getting as much benefit because one of your main abilities, your snapshotting, is not actually going to increase in damage.
So you could, you can give it another one.
If you had, I'd say if you had fewer rogues than you had like a good snapshot class. I'm not sure if warlock's the only good snapshot class, but let's just say rogues versus warlocks. Like say you have 1 rogue and 3 warlocks, I'd probably like give it to one of the warlocks, then the next one to the next guy so he can snapshot, and the next one to the next guy. So they can all get that snapshot benefit for the remainder of the fight.
Affliction is the only one that's going to snap it, right? Because they're the only ones with the ability to roll over their corruptions, because it's a talent in the bottom Affliction. It's the second to last Affliction talent. However, the Shadow Priest can do it with Shadow Word Pain. They have a talent because they have Mind Flay that re-snap. Their Mind Flay will refresh their Shadow Word Pain, so Shadow Priest can do it as well.
Pestilence works as well for DKs.
Okay, perfect. That's what I say. Someone's asking about DKs.
That critical aspect is having a talent that doesn't reapply the debuff, but refreshes the duration, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Marksman.
I would say Warlock, and then, maybe I'm a shill here, but I'd say go Warlock first, and then, Shadow Priest and call it a day,
Yeah, so that's Trix of the trade. There's going to be a lot of debate about who gets Trix, and there's certainly going to be some. I've already had frustration over who gets Trix of the trade in what situation. So that's one new ability. It's very powerful.
One more thing on it.
Ahead.
If we didn't talk about it, is the change to Warcraft logs with Trix.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is, well, he knows more on it. I don't know.
I don't think it is set in stone yet, but my understanding from the conversations I've read is that what Warcraft logs wants to do is they want to calculate the damage gain from each cast of Trix, and then not attribute it to the person that received Trix, also not attribute it to the rogue who cast Trix,
An NPC.
But attribute it to like a third-party NPC. So you can still see how much damage it's gaining, but it's not influencing anyone's parse directly.
I'll get it.
And this is so like there's 3 ways you can do it. First before I get into that, CRIX is a kind of unique buff in that it's just a percentage damage buff for a duration, which makes it possible to calculate how much damage gain comes from this buff. Whereas someone receiving a Bloodlust, like a warrior receiving a Bloodlust, it's going to be a lot of damage, but you can't really calculate how much damage. Like, they're going to get some more auto attacks. Some of those might be misses. They're going to, some of those might be criticals. They're going to generate more rage. You have to decide, what is that rage spent on to be able to determine, what the value, like, there's way too many variables with almost every other buff to have any consideration of like calculating the value and attributing it to someone else. CRIX is kind of special in that case, that it's just a percentage damage buff. So there's this option to attribute it to someone else. And like the one option is just like attribute the damage gain to the person who receives the buff. That's exactly what happens in game. This results in some real degeneracy of having 3 different rogues permanently tricks one person, so they have a 15% damage buff for the entire fight. And if you allow that, well, good luck competing with anyone who has a 15% damage buff when you don't. Like, it's not going to be...
Getting that.
What?
We all know who's getting that.
Yeah, right? Okay, so then you might say, well, the rogue is the one casting Tricks of the Trade. They're the one bringing the value to the raid. Maybe you want to attribute the damage gain from Tricks of the Trade to the rogue. Okay? That kind of makes sense, but it is, again, very abusable. And the example I want to compare this to is like, look at Warlocks on Muru. Warlocks, like, if they're doing the boss properly, they're mostly shadow bolting and just sometimes seeding. But if they're trying to parse on that boss, they have a raid setup that just like allows the trash to accumulate and allows them to just chain cast Seed of Corruption. They do so much more damage than like any other warlock who's doing the fight properly. And there's just like no shot to get a high parse ranking on Muru if you're not doing that. And basically, if you had a rogue with Tricks of the Trade and like you were to attribute the damage gain of Tricks of the Trade to the rogue, well, the rogue would be like, okay, I'm going to Tricks of the Trade this warlock who's spamming Seed of Corruption on Muru, and then basically what happens is any time any other class has some kind of parse cheese on a boss, rogues also have a parse cheese on that boss from tricksing them and getting just an absurd amount of extra damage added to their parse because of who they cast Tricks of the Trade on. So this is arguably even more abusable than the first method of just like keeping it au natural. Yeah. So the third method is just say like, fuck it, no one gets the Tricks of the Trade damage. We're just going to measure it separately so you can see how much is being added for like analysis purposes, but it's not going to influence anyone's parse. This is probably the least abusable method, but it is somewhat abusable. If the rogue doesn't want to cast, if the rogue wants to individual parse, they're going to be like, okay, well, I'm not going to glyph Tricks of the Trade, and I'm not going to cast Tricks of the Trade, because that's an energy loss that doesn't add to my individual damage parse. And the best numeric estimates I can make at this point of like how much gain that is for the rogue is like 1.5 to maybe 2.5% personal damage gain. And that's a pretty low cap on the potential abuse of this handling method, which makes me think that this is a pretty good method to handle Tricks of the Trade on Warcraft logs.
Yeah, I actually
slower kill times, which also could reduce your DPS a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, Zai.
No, that's totally fine. I think you have a really good point there, actually. Like, overall, just killing the boss faster is going to, increase your parse. But I think the biggest abuse case is when DPS warriors become good, because DPS warriors gain resource based off damage dealt. So you can take away part of their damage, but they'll have more rage than they would have had otherwise, and then they'll be casting more abilities, bigger executes because they'll have more rage than they would have if they didn't get tricked. So warriors will actually gain later on when they're good, will gain more from this than the log will actually be able to account for.
That's true. I suppose for most classes you can very cleanly calculate the damage gain of Tricks of the Trade, but you're right that the case of Warrior, where literally their resource generation scales off their damage dealt, that is a case where you can't quite say for sure how much. Like, you can say it's at least X, but it's, you know, certainly a little bit more than X, but you don't know exactly how much more than X. Yeah,
it won't be that much. And I'm gonna go double check if they changed like the rage generation formula at all for Wrath, but I don't think they did. But
yeah, I agree. Meantime. Also, they're talking about doing this with Hysteria too, as well. They can't do. I don't think they can do it with PI,
Unholy Frenzy.
Oh, true.
I don't think they can do it with PI, right? They're talking about like it's like impossible to do it with PI, so they can't. But I know they're doing it with Tricks and.
Right, so a lot of the things that give you like resource cost reduction, increased cast speed, increased critical chance, like those are things that are just like you can't measure those because you don't know for sure. Like say I have Leader of the Pack buff, like, well, how many less crits would I have gotten, you know, in my Brutalis parse? Like you can say on average how many I would have gotten less, but like my parse already might have been like a really big high roll where I got like way more than expected anyways, or way less than expected. And like the when you're talking about an individual boss parse, you have a lot of RNG that swings it one way or another. So like while you can calculate these like expected gains or expected losses, when you're dealing with an RNG element like critical strike chance, you can never say for sure exactly how much was gained or was lost, because, you know, maybe they would have just high rolled without the buff anyways and got the same, you know, effectively the same crit rate.
There you go.
Yeah. Someone in the comments mentioned just getting rid of the Tricks damage on the logs and his Hysteria damage on the logs. But you need it for analysis. You still need to see where it was. It's very, very useful for analysis, especially as we get towards DPS checks, especially as we get towards really anything moving on. And sorry if my audio is terrible now that I switched.
Oh, you're fine. No, you're good.
No, you're good.
Yeah. But yeah, so you really do need to see it on the logs itself, so that it's really useful information. Yeah.
Are we good on Tricks at this point?
Fucking amazing on Tricks. Yes, thank you.
Tricks is the first new ability. Fan of Knives, next big deal ability that rogues get. And we have already talked at length about it, so I'll be a little more brief, just kind of cover some things I didn't say already. So Fan of Knives, 50 energy, no cooldown, hits all targets within 8 yards with both your main hand and your offhand weapon, can trigger poisons, can trigger enchants, can trigger trinkets, trigger whatever its weapon hits on all those targets. Really good ability and really important ability, because one of the things that rogues have struggled with is multi-target damage throughout Classic and throughout TBC. Is like really their biggest weakness is they didn't have consistent multi-target damage. Like they got this little blade flurry window where they kind of pop off, but that doesn't even scale beyond 2 targets. Fan of Knives really shores up that weakness. It's a very strong AoE ability, which will make rogues, you know, much more competitive on a overall damage meter than they have been in the past without access to a powerful tool like that.
Extremely competitive, I would say, on overall.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very competitive on overall.
Yep. Yeah. So like that's a big deal ability, and it's very powerful. That's why I spent all this extra like time trying to figure out, okay, this ability is powerful. How can we juice it for even more value? Like figuring out, like try to put Route of the Sun King in here, try to figure out these like weapon swaps, try to figure out like Storm Shrouder. Like how can we, like when you're given a powerful ability, you always just want to be like, okay, how can we like utilize this absolutely the best? So yeah, that's a big deal ability, but there's even 2 more at low level. So you should be able to Fan of Knives trained at level 80, so you don't get that in pre-patch, but at I think it's level 20, you'll be able to train this in pre-patch. You'll get Dismantle, which is basically a turbo disarm. Like warriors get disarm, right? Disarms the target's main hand weapon. Rogues will now get Dismantle, 25 energy, 1 minute cooldown. Removes the main hand weapon, the offhand weapon, a shield, or any ranged weapon. It completely disables any weapon-based abilities. That screws hunters, that screws warriors, ret paladins, DKs, you know, any weapon-based ability gets turned off by Dismantle, which is really powerful, especially in PvP. But it also has application in PvE, like when one of those stupid mobs in Death Knight Wing starts whirlwinding, like you can disarm it and make it do significantly reduced damage. It'll still hit, but it won't hit nearly as hard.
That's
or
dope.
like you see your tank is a little struggling a bit. Maybe you want to stun the mob like you can in heroics, but a lot of mobs are immune to stun, so you can still just like dismantle the mob, and then it'll deal less damage to the tank, and then maybe they don't die, which is great. Because once the tank dies, you're second on threat, and then you die. So really, keeping the tank alive is in your own personal best interest. So you don't die.
That's crazy. That's a dope ability. The butt naked takes everything off you.
Yep. Absolutely. And then lastly, it's not technically a new ability, but it is significantly changed. So there's been a rogue ability that I haven't even trained on my rogue because it is worthless, called Feint. It's like you spend 20 energy and it reduces your threat to the current target by like a flat amount, which actually, like, it's a flat threat reduction, and then the amount that gets reduced is actually reduced by Blessing of Salvation. So if you have Salvation active, it's actually reducing less threat than if you didn't have Salvation. It's such a bad ability. It's not good, okay? But you get 2 new ranks of it. You get rank 7, which reduces a little bit more threat, and then you get rank 8, which reduces a little more threat than the previous rank, but also does something actually useful. It gives you a 6-second buff that reduces all area of effect damage taken by 50% for 6 seconds on a 10-second cooldown. And it's like, okay, this is now a good thing. Like, you ever have a boss mechanic like
OS Firewall? Can you OS Firewall pop it?
I mean, yeah, you'd reduce damage taken from that. But really, if you want to stand in the firewall in Obsidian Sanctum, you just want to cloak the debuff off right after. But like any boss that has like a void zone, like think kind of like, I mean, Muru's probably not a good example, but like an ability like that forces you out of melee range because you'd be taking too much damage. You instead just like pop Feint, and then you take 50% less damage, and you just stay attacking the boss. Because it's like that 50% is a lot. That can very easily change something from like unhealable amount of damage to like doesn't really matter, just keep DPSing the boss. So like effective use of that ability can not only relieve your healers, but buy you extra uptime on the target, preventing you from having to move out of mechanics or whatever. So that's kind of cool. Pretty cool.
If you were having like a slow kill on 4 horsemen, it could literally save you.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Just briefly, while we're here, how's threat? How is your threat? You never have issues at all, single target threat or AoE? Well, obviously not AoE because of tricks, but any single target threat issues ever, or?
I think it kind of depends on the situation. Usually no, and like the only potential time where I'm having any threat issue is like right on the pull. Like if the tank sequence isn't like perfect and I'm popping off with a couple of crits, I can sometimes pull ahead or like chase the threat and have to throttle a little bit, but that's not too often. Generally, it's just not something I move my threat meter from like front and center of the screen down to over here because it just very rarely matters. It's not totally nothing, but it's usually not an issue.
There we go. Okay. Anything else change wise? I see something changed, I feel like, and that's Vanish, right? Is it on a shorter cooldown and doesn't take any reagents?
Oh, yeah. So Vanish, no more flash powder. Don't need it. 5-minute cooldown to 3-minute cooldown. There's a handful of cooldown reductions. I think like your longest cooldown is preparation at like 5 minutes if you talent it. Like Adrenaline Rush is from 5 down to 3. Evasion is down to 3, and you can talent it down to 2. Vanish can also be talented down to 2 minutes. In Subtlety, Cloak of Shadows actually goes up to a 90-second cooldown. But then your Subtlety talent can bring it back down to the 1 minute that it was in TBC. Sprint's cooldown reduction. Most of your cooldowns are just reduced, lower cooldown.
What about blind? I mean visual impairment.
I think that one's cooldown reduced too.
Oh, so good.
What does it say?
3 minutes.
3 minute. Yeah.
I
don't remember what was that in TBC.
I'm sharing screen in Discord from my main screen if you want to peek at it too.
And that can be
sharing screen for what?
I believe that's talented down to what is that? Okay, yeah, that gets talented down to 2 minutes from.
Okay.
So
subtlety talent.
Yeah, it gets talented down to 2, which is actually a big deal in PvP because your PvP trinket's 2 minutes. And right now, what happens is people blind you, you trinket it, but blind is a 130 cooldown. So next time it's up, they play for 90 seconds later. You're blinded, can't trinket it. So now blind lines up with PvP trinket. So it's actually that's another PvP nerf for them. But that's
I'd imagine that's pretty significant, huh?
I didn't even know
like
that.
You don't have that 30-second window anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Any other changes? If not, we can go through. Obviously, we'll ignore sub. But if you want to build and like talk about assassination while we build, maybe a raid build or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Let's see where I. Do you want me to send you a build?
Yeah.
I can click through it really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. You already had the Fan of Knives build, so I'm going to reset that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me click through it. Yeah, you're going. There's kind of 2 variants for this build, where you're either going 13 into combat and 7 into subtlety, or you're going 18 into combat and 2 into subtlety, and then the rest of your points are in assassination. I'm just trying to click as fast as I can through all these buttons.
So is Relentless Strikes just bad now? People just don't want to dip into it, and the poison talents are just better in assassination, or like the early stuff in combat?
So Relentless Strikes used to be an assassination talent. It gets moved to the subtlety tree. And I'm sending right now the first build into our group chat. So this is the 13-7 build that takes full ranks of Relentless Strikes and opportunity in subtlety. And the other variation be like this. Relentless Strikes is still a very good talent, but you have to invest 5 points into a tree that you don't really have anything else you want to be doing in that tree. So it's kind of costly because it's not like unlocking further tier talents, like it was in Assassination, where there were a lot of just useful things to be picking up. Let me see. Let me pull up, make sure I'm looking at the stream so I can see what you guys are. Yeah, okay, what you're looking at. There we go. Yeah, so that's first build, the 13-7 one. Relentless Strikes versus, you got Relentless Strikes and Opportunity versus Lightning Reflexes. The spreadsheet I have generally prefers the 13-7 build over the 18-2 build. All the points in Assassination are the same, and we'll come to those, but I want to talk about the differences first.
Get it.
I generally prefer the 13-7 build. It's increasing your mutilate damage, which not only does the spreadsheet say it's a little bit better on single target, but increasing that mutilate damage is going to increase your trash damage a lot more than the lightning reflexes is going to, that the other variant would take. Because on trash, you're generally weighted more towards ability damage than auto attack, and this configuration of the talent spec amplifies your ability damage more than your auto attack damage. So I generally prefer this one, but if you have some strong feelings about you really want to take lightning reflexes, both of the builds are very similar. So you do what you want. You take your lightning reflexes build if you want to. There's one particular thing I want to highlight in the assassination tree for both of these is that we're not taking that talent middle right called quick recovery. And the reason for that is basically I put it into the spreadsheet. What this does is when your finishing moves fail to land, they cost less energy. So normally, when you get a dodged in Venom, which costs 35 energy, you lose all 35 of that energy. If you take this talent that says refunds 80%, you're instead only losing 7 energy. And as Assassination, you're pumping out a whole lot of Envenoms, a whole lot of finishing moves. You're doing a lot of finishing moves. So, this is conceivably, a good talent, right? But, I put it into the spreadsheet, and I look at it, and it's okay, the spreadsheet, even with this talent that, reduces the penalty for having a dodged finishing move, even with that, it still tells me that, I want to take Expertise. Expertise is just good enough of a stat that, reduces the chance your auto attacks are dodged, reduces the chance your mutilates are dodged, and reduces the chance that your envenoms are dodged. You still just want to cap that stat. And once you've capped that stat, quick recovery doesn't do anything anymore because your finishing moves cannot fail to land. And then you just move those 2 points right over into this super sweet talent, Fleet-Footed, which, just like on its own, is already a really good damage dealing talent. And a lot of people, I'd say, don't really recognize move speed as a damage dealing,
So
stat.
big on overall.
You go faster.
Yep. So
Yeah,
like you want to
so
move
big.
faster to the enemies. Like the faster you move to the enemies, the sooner you start dealing damage. You spend more time attacking enemies and less time moving between them, you're going to deal more damage. So like you yeet those 2 points out of your quick recovery, put them into your fleet-footed, you move faster, you're capping your expertise anyways, you don't need that like quick recovery thing. And then the rest of the talents are like kind of straightforward. You're pretty much just picking up all the damage dealing talents. There's a couple damage dealing talents that you skip over, I guess. Turn the Tables, which is to the right of Mutilate near the bottom. That one just gives you like an increased crit chance on your Mutilate. Basically, we just, it's not quite as good as other places where you could spend those points. So it's like kind of whatever. Take your Master Poisoner, take your Find Weakness, grab your Cut to the Chase. All very good stuff. The build is oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, because people were spam asking, does your spreadsheet cover? What about when you get Envenom buff but still get a dodge, parry, and Envenom from Assassination?
Yes. So when Envenom gets dodged, you maintain your combo points. You still lose energy, but you also get the buff that Envenom gives you. So like you get to keep those combo points, and then you just kind of cast it again a little bit later. So you kind of are effectively increasing your uptime of the buff. That is a benefit, but it is not worth and the spreadsheet does factor that in. I wrote the code to make sure it knows that when the Envenom gets dodged, it still gives you the buff. And like that is a benefit. Like honestly, if you could have a situation where literally 100% of your Envenoms gets dodged, like that'd probably actually be good. And then you just like do other things, I guess. Like you just have like automatically have full Envenom uptime, but you can't realistically do that. So like a dodge Envenom is a good thing, but it's not good enough to outweigh the cost of having your auto attacks dodged and having your mutilates dodged. Every time a mutilate gets dodged, that's minus 12 energy. And every time an auto attack gets dodged, that's, you lose the damage of the auto attack, and you also lose the potential chance to trigger a poison from that auto attack. I'm not talking about like a huge difference here, but like it's enough in the spreadsheet that like that I'm confident that like you don't want to intentionally ignore expertise just because sometimes Envenom will get dodged. And that's like kind of good when that happens. Like the costs of ignoring expertise are much greater than the benefit.
Perfect.
This is exactly like when people were like, "Oh, Magtheridon's Eye gives me spell power when I get a resist."
Oh God.
Let me just intentionally not gear spell hit. Oh.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. So with the Relentless Strikes 2 points, that's like you're going to be looking at like 32 to 40% based on 4 or 5 combo points with Assassination. On 25 energy return. How much better is that than the 20% more mutilate damage? Because I understand mutilate isn't like a large portion of your damage. It's mostly like instant poison, melees, and stuff like that.
Right. Well, great thing about this spreadsheet is I can just generate a number for you here really quick.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Give me just a moment. I'm gonna load up.
I'm over here trying to find where that is on the fucking talent sheet.
It's the Simonize spreadsheet.
Yeah. That is on my Discord server.
Which you can link if you would like. If you want to post a link, I'll make sure to link that for you.
Yeah, okay, hang on. I will let me get this number, and then while ZIRENE's talking about the number or something, I'll okay, so you're talking about the 18-2 build.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the 2 points between Relentless Strikes. Okay, so I've got it set up with Relentless Strikes. I take those points out, and I put 2 into Opportunity. It thinks that's about a 1.3% damage loss.
Does that go up as you get Armor Pen? would that become more value as you get armor pen? I know it's not a big stat for assassination rogues.
Let me just load the Ice Crown Citadel set, and I'll do the same comparison. That was with a Phase 1 set. Phase 1 best in slot. Okay, so this got it set, and remove the 2 Relentless Strikes, add the 2 Opportunity. It actually thinks that's pretty consistently so, a 1.36% damage loss here. And like at Ice Crown Citadel levels, that's a much larger amount of damage, but the percentage loss is still very similar.
That's actually so interesting.
But you're generally not gearing for armor penetration as assassination, even at Ice Crown Citadel gear levels, just because so much more of your damage is magical, which is unaffected by the armor penetration.
Yeah.
Let me grab this Discord invite.
And it really does feel like there's like 2 floater points in assassination, and you're trying to find the best place for that between like quick recovery, fleet-footed. What about the 10 extra maximum energy? Because obviously that has some value walking between trash and capping and then starting again. Yeah.
I think that is a good talent, and exactly how good it is kind of depends on what your raid is doing. Like how much you care about that trash damage. I'm not sure I would ever take the points out of the move speed talent, frankly. But like you might lose a point out of lethality or something like that. There's a couple talents that are like not very high gain per point, and like the spreadsheet's going to tell you lose single target DPS with any of those swaps. You have to make a judgment call of like, do you think you're gaining enough? And like I take that the vigor talent in that hybrid Fan of Knives build, because like that's all about trash damage. These short encounters where every single short encounter, that vigor talent's going to give me 10 extra energy. Like that's value right there. When you're frequently resetting up to max energy, you get a lot more value out of that vigor talent.
Am I stupid, or was this like a last talent?
It used to be.
And it was ass, and that's why it's way up here now?
Yeah.
I feel like whenever Blizzard puts talents back up here, it was
talent in vanilla. It's the 31st talent in vanilla.
That's right. Crazy, dog. You know it's bad when they move all the talents all the way up. They're like, you know what? No one was taking it. Maybe they'll take it if it's up here. Nope. Still not taking it.
It's funny.
There we go. I put the Simonize Show Discord in the voice chat.
What was that, Sarthe?
Assassination's final talent also isn't like that much fun. It's a buff you keep up every minute. Not that entertaining.
Honestly, I found it very difficult to play especially in dungeon groups. Like when no one else is putting up bleeds, it becomes really difficult to put up a rupture or a garrote every time you need to refresh Hunger for Blood. Made it really obnoxious to play assassination in a dungeon group that doesn't have someone else putting up bleeds. But then like I invite a Fury Warrior into the dungeon group, and like they're just putting bleeds on everything. I can Hunger for Blood without having to cast Rupture. Like generally you don't want to be casting Rupture. Like it's just worse than in Venom. Like in Venom's just a super powerful finishing move. If you have to cast Rupture to enable Hunger for Blood, you do it. But like, so you invite the Fury Warrior, they do less damage than the tank, but then you get to cast Hunger for Blood like freely, and it's great.
Just bring a Prot Warrior. The Prot Warrior does it too. Prot
Warriors weren't bleeding things when I invited them.
Really? Deep wounds. It should just bleed it automatically. Yeah.
I wasn't seeing that. Maybe they're using a different spec, but whatever. Whatever. If someone else is putting up bleeds, Assassination is much more enjoyable in a group setting. But if they're not, it can be kind of a pain.
Yeah, I actually had a question about this because I'm somebody who's like exploiting glyphs as much as possible. Like for example, there's one where there's the glyph of Water Shield for resto shamans or shamans in general that gives you more MP5 from your Water Shield. You can just put the glyph on, cast Water Shield, and then swap the glyph off, and you keep the MP5 from the old glyph until your Water Shield runs out or gets killed. So I was wondering if there was like a min-max here for Assassination where the pull before a boss, you swap your glyph to the glyph of Killing Spree, which gives you 3% extra damage off of that glyph.
And then Hunger for Blood glyph.
Hunger for Blood, sorry. Combat Rogue. Hunger for Blood gives you 3% more damage off of that, and it's a 1-minute buff. So I could potentially use it at the very end of a last trash pack swap my glyph, which takes about 5 seconds, pull into boss, I'll have 50 seconds of 8% damage if that persists. Do you know if that actually carries over if you swap the glyph? If you keep the previous buff?
I have not tested that, but specifically, but based on everything else I've seen, I would bet that yes,
Probably
that works. But there's really like only 3 good glyphs for Assassination. Like you switch out your Hunger for Blood glyph, and it's like, okay, what, like there aren't other options that meaningfully change your damage. It's like all the other glyphs are like abilities you don't use, like Rupture, Eviscerate, Sinister Strike, Ghostly Strike. Like there just frankly isn't another option. So
it's
it's
just
like
one of the best ones already.
well, you could do that. There's just like, yeah, you know. There's an interesting thing. There's 2 that kind of reminds me of snapshotting, and there's a couple different things rogues 2 things that rogues could snapshot that have been recently discussed that I want to talk about. And they're old armor sets. The Bloodfang armor from Blackwing Lair, Onyxia. It has a 3-piece bonus that increases your chance to apply poisons to your target by 5%. So the idea is you equip this set, then you apply poisons to your weapons, then you unequip the set and put your normal armor back on. And the hope is that the poisons maintain that 5% increased trigger chance, which would be very, very, very powerful if it worked. But we've taken some time to collect data both in TBC in the past and now on the Wrath of Lich King beta to confirm, with statistical confidence that if you do that sequence of events, it doesn't actually modify your poison's chance to trigger. So there's a lot of talk about, can this work, or do I need to get my Bloodfang? The answer is no. We have tested this, does not work. The second option, the second thing I want to talk about, did actually work, which is snapshotting the Sunwell, the tier 6 Slayers set. This one gives a 5% increased haste from your Slice and Dice ability. And you could combine that with the Cut to the Chase talent in Assassination. If you would put up a Slice and Dice with this set equipped, then you could unequip the set, and as long as you refreshed Slice and Dice via Cut to the Chase instead of casting a fresh Slice and Dice, Cut to the Chase would... What? Sorry, what?
It stays? That's crazy.
It would stay. However, Blizzard decided to nerf this. In the most recent build, just 2 days ago, you can try it again on the beta, and it no longer works. Prior to the 3rd of August, it worked on the beta, and now it does not work. And personally, I say good riddance. Like, I did not want to, because that 5% haste, that's like 2.5% damage.
It's a chicken. It's a chicken buff. It's an illegal chicken buff.
it's exactly. It's a kind of obnoxious setup to obtain a powerful buff that's like powerful enough that you feel like you're at a disadvantage if you don't do it. And the way you would achieve this beforehand is like there's like 2 main ways, but basically you're like either pulling a trash mob right up to the boss while you have your Slayers set equipped and like cracking a Slice and Dice off of it, killing it, then swapping your set off, then quickly engaging the boss and using your Cut to the Chase to refresh. Okay, that's like one way. Kind of obnoxious. Not every boss has trash next to it. Not every raid wants to like mess around with that. The other way would be to like utilize your dual spec. Some talents in subtlety can give you combo points while you're out of combat. So you'd like dual spec over to subtlety, like get some points with premeditation, crack a Slice and Dice with your set equipped, then dual spec back to Assassination and quickly pull the boss before that Slice and Dice expired. And that whole just like song and dance, like good riddance, that I don't have to feel compelled to do that, is what I say.
Do you keep combo points on your target if you premeditation swap off?
When you change your dual spec it clears your combo points, but it doesn't clear your existing buffs. So if you generate the combo points, then spend them to put up a slice and dice while you're in subtlety, and then dual spec, that's how it worked in the past. And like, you can still do that, but then when you cut to the chase without T6 actually equipped, it no longer maintains that 5% bonus.
Yeah.
You'd also start the boss with like presumably lower energy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here going, how long is a 2-point slice and dice with imp slice and dice?
I don't know, like 20. Well, you could, I mean, if you really wanted to do it, you could glyph it for +3, and then you could use your tier 4 2-piece for another +3. And then, I'm like, you could get it like 25 seconds or something. Yeah. Like, it's not totally unreasonable, but it's still obnoxious.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's going to be a min-maxer out there who's starting the fight with a build that has premeditation, improved slice and dice, glyph of slice and dice, and then tier 4, and then slice and dicing 2-point, swapping spec, waiting for energy regen, and then starting the fight with like 15 seconds of slice and dice that they shouldn't actually have. Yeah, it's like
that could still happen.
Like that, like, it's gonna be really degenerate. So I'm just preparing for it.
Is there no cooldown on Hunger for Blood? Am I tripping?
No cooldown. Okay. Right. So it just lasts 1 minute, and you know there's no point like casting it more often than once per minute.
That's dope.
Yeah, pretty good. And you got a glyph for Hunger of Blood that ups it from 5% to 8%.
Oh, wow.
Like Sarthe was saying earlier, like it's not really that interesting. It's just kind of a buff you put up and you do more damage. You're not making really meaningful decisions around that like you would be with the combat, the combat killing spree. You're making like very meaningful decisions about
like,
when you press
kill
your killing
myself on
spree.
Thaddeus or not.
Right, exactly. Just like me. Like I did that.
It's gonna get you into trouble. It really is gonna get you into trouble on some fights.
For sure. The Undying run ends there.
Can it put you?
I was
like, if somebody's tanking something on a ledge, can it actually like push you like right on the ledge? I don't know, because I was doing it the other day, and I used Killing Spree on KJ on Kill Jaden, and it only made me teleport 3 times, and the third one put me in him, and then it stopped. And yeah, it was weird.
That's
actually
probably not intended. I mean, it's supposed to teleport you 5 times, once every half second. And it just like, similar to how Shadow Step works, it teleports you behind the enemy. And then it just like selects a new enemy the next half second and teleports you there. Which can sometimes be the same enemy if there are no other targets available. Yeah, so it's kind of doing like scripted movement, which I imagine could be fucked up in some situations.
Yeah, I just linked the clip of it where it teleports me 3 times, and I was trying to like do the whole milk the ads thing. Teleports me 3 times, it puts me inside him on the 3rd one, and then it just stops. So it's a short clip that just it's like
that's definitely reportable, I think, because
it just goes 1, 2, 3, and then it's done.
I'm looking at this,
So I was like, I feel like Killing Spree is going to have some issues with it along those lines.
Probably. I mean, it's an ability that does a lot of things, so there's a lot of potential for it to be screwed up.
Ignore the spec I use. I just spec'd into it so you can see it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And it's very hard for me to tell too sometimes, where I'm just like, that was a lot of numbers. Did I really attack 5 times but only teleport 3? So it's hard to like.
You'd have to look at the. You'd have to look at the log to find out for sure.
Yeah. And Killing Spree also goes faster the more haste you have, correct?
I don't believe so.
It doesn't.
I think that was a change with a lot of abilities in a future expansion. Like when I was researching this, like I thought haste might accelerate or like shorten the time between my rupture ticks, not for wrath.
Gotcha. So it's not important for me to like slice and dice before I Killing Spree or anything like that. Obviously keep it up, but just wondering.
Well, it is actually, because Killing Spree gives you a 20% damage boost for the duration to literally all your damage output, and your auto attacks continue. Yep, exactly right, Sarthe. Your auto attacks are still going. So if you have haste effects active during the Killing Spree, you get more auto attacks into that 20% damage buff.
Gotcha.
I haven't looked. How's the damage breakdown relative, like obviously assassination, most of your damage is magical, but back in classic, like most of your damage was melee, right? So like how is the damage breakdown looking generally? Maybe you can
that's a question, because people are asking that. A couple of people have asked that too, the poison in nature.
So the best example I could give is from the spreadsheet calculation, which isn't in raid, which is not like an in raid example, but we don't have a whole heck of a lot of good in raid data at this point. So I'm looking at like a phase 1 best in slot set for assassination. I'm seeing about 28% is auto attacks, 15% mutilate. Hang on. Well, let me just I'm gonna snapshot this and put it in the Discord, so maybe you can show.
Very curious for assassination combat.
Yeah, there, and then I'm gonna put it up for combat next. That first one was from the spreadsheet for assassination. This next one's gonna be for combat. And yeah, this spreadsheet I keep talking about can be found on my Discord, which I believe was linked earlier.
Look at that poison damage.
This is like my big project. I did a spreadsheet for Classic. I did a spreadsheet for TBC rogues, and this is now, it's a little bit of a work in progress. We're still in the beta, working out all the bugs, but it's been around for a couple months now for the Wrath of Lich King version, and I'm pretty confident that most of this is working. Like, it's a very complicated piece of software, essentially, so there's probably still something, not working exactly right, but, whatever. I think it's
What
good.
gear sets were you running those sims right there with, by the way?
I can snapshot that also. If I could share screen, I can just share the whole
so much.
I don't know if we have that capability.
That will work. Yeah, I'll have to read the
technology.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's the combat set right there, and I'll get the mutilate one.
Yeah, just screenshot it if you guys want it, because I don't really know how to show all that. That's crazy. That's good though.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, you're good. I'm just showing it as we go. So if anybody wants to, just ask me and I'll show it again.
Boom. Oh wait, I didn't show. Yeah, okay, whatever. I just clipped a little less on that second one. So yeah, if you look at those two gear sets for combat and for assassination, almost every armor item is the same. You have a different main hand, and you have different gems.
The Slayer's belts and bracers are sticking out to me for the two-piece.
Is it realistic or is it
T6 on combat?
Yeah, they're in
combat?
both. Okay.
Yeah. Are they in both?
Yeah.
I see Sinister's Bindings and Belt of Tortured. Right.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, it's not in the other one. Basically, the Slayer set, the Belt and Bracer, is like within like 0.1% difference between the two options you can get from Nax 25. So if I put in whichever one the spreadsheet particularly liked, just a little bit more, but really there's not a meaningful difference between leaving on those two-piece Slayer or getting the items from Nax. So for me, as someone who already has those Slayer's pieces, I'm basically just going to put the Belt and the Bracer as my lowest priority upgrades to get out of Nax and prioritize other things, because I've already got something effectively equivalent to them.
We have it.
So if you don't have your Slayer's pieces, you don't have to get them. There's an equivalent option in Nax, but if you want to get Slayers, that's good. That's a piece you don't have to worry about upgrading later. So you don't have to feel pressured. You don't have to be oh man, I gotta get into Sunwell to get these Slayers pieces, because they're BIS or whatever. They're not. Yeah. They're basically equivalent. So that's kind of comfy. You have a gear option.
So just straight AP is your best for what it looks like gem-wise.
Yeah, so you try to get up to your expertise cap and your poison hit cap. And after that, point for point, not point for point, because you're gemming attack power, because none of the other stats are as valuable as 2 attack power. And when you're looking at a gem, you're talking about either 2 attack power or 1 of another stat. Gotcha. I've got the other stat weights ranging from, hang on, let me update it.
Yeah, you can definitely talk about gearing and stats too while you're here. That's what's next anyway.
Yeah, so agility comes close at 1.97. crit at 1.74, hit at 1.4, haste at 1.52. These are for assassination phase 1. So they're all like, if you wanted to gem agility, that's like really close. If you want to do agility instead of attack power because you like having that extra dodge, knock yourself out. That's not like a super meaningful
you get extra
difference.
Crit on your fan as well, right?
Is poison scaling with AP or something, or what's
yeah. Oh gosh, how did I? We talked a whole bunch about rogue changes, and I somehow glossed over that. That's So in Burning Crusade, poisons suck ass. They're bad. They don't do very much damage. Like, you're not even really using deadly poison very much. You're just using an adamantite sharpening stone in the majority of situations. In Wrath, that completely changes and is flipped on its head. You use poisons all the time. They are super duper powerful. And it's not even close. Like, you don't even consider anything else. So your poisons scale with attack power. Instant poison per proc gets 10% of your attack power. Deadly poison gets 12%. Wound poison gets 4%. Wound poisons is so much lower because wound poison's chance to trigger is actually much, much higher. So it's triggering more frequently, but dealing less damage per. This makes poison just by far the best thing. And there's a buff to deadly poison, which I think I talked about earlier. But I'm gonna pull up a deadly poison so you can show this on screen.
Hit it, baby.
Let's see, rank. Yeah, I'm gonna get the max rank one.
I'm just eating lunch. Don't worry about me.
Never mind, I'm not. What?
I'm just eating lunch. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, all good. It's also like something where, I mean, shamans love this change because like Curse of Elements now affects nature damage too. So it will affect rogues damage if Curse of Elements is up. So they'll actually be doing more. And the scalability of classes into 25 mans is a big deal. It's one of the reasons that like elemental shamans were doing like 4th highest damage or something like that in Karazhan. And it's because they already run around with their own totems. They already have their lusts. So like every one of them has like basically all the buffs they need. And then when you scale that and other classes make better use of it, then it becomes a thing where those classes outscale. So this is something where rogues benefit from both magical and physical damage debuffs.
Right. You're benefiting from spell crit. That's affecting your instant poison crit rate. You're benefiting from spell hit. You're benefiting from Curse of Elements, increasing spell damage. You're not really benefiting from spell haste, but whatever. Yeah. You can't have it all.
Most spell haste is also just haste too most of the time, right? I think there's like
is there? I think there's a buff that's specifically like spell haste, but whatever. So yeah, this is the deadly poison. So deadly poison gets a thing where once it's at 5 stacks and it triggers again, it refreshes the existing stack and automatically triggers the poison in your other weapon. So you start you stack up your deadly to 5, and then both weapons are hitting and triggering instant poison. And that's why you see these logs from the beta, like you look at an assassination rogue, and like instant poison is literally their number 1 damage source, making up like 40% of their damage. Like absolutely absurd, and that's like expected. That's not abnormal. That's what assassination rogue does. It does a crap load of poison damage. Pretty cool. And I'm gonna pull up one thing. There's a handful of caster trinkets that like proc off of spells that can now proc off of poisons.
Oh no.
Yes, great. Let us take all the weapons and trinkets. CRIX, you're screwed.
Wrath of Air is a 5 spell haste, by the way, 5% spell haste.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I can think of that actually is just spell haste.
There's this trinket out of Uldar, I believe, Elemental Focus Stone.
God.
It's like a little bit better. I specifically like implemented this code in the spreadsheet to try to decide like, is this good or not? And it's like, okay, it's a little bit better than the trinkets you have access to in phase 1, but like, if you could have your choice of all the phase 2 trinkets, you definitely wouldn't take this Elemental Focus Stone. But I think it's just kind of funny that like, this is a trinket obviously designed for casters, but everything about it works and benefits rogues.
That's crazy.
Like, the hit rating is so nice, both physical and spell hit. Like that's unified now. That haste rating, that's just haste rating. That's more attacks. And chance on harmful spell. Well, okay. Yeah, your poisons are harmful spells. Trigger easy.
That's crazy. You wonder if the guy who initially did it had that in mind. He'd be proud right now. He'd be like, yeah, finally someone caught on to it.
I don't know if designers really like it when you do that kind of thing, you know? Some of them do. Some of them really don't.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to, like, you know, change it to make it very specific and stuff. They like some creativity, but... So do poisons only scale off of attack power, or do they scale... I understand crit and stuff like that. Do they scale off of spell power?
No spell power scaling. I know this was a meme. Well, it was not a meme. It was a thing in original, I believe, Burning Crusade that like
OG
or possibly vanilla even, that poisons scaled off of spell power. So you could like suit up a rogue with a bunch of cloth armor with a bunch of spell power and just try to trigger poisons as much as possible, and they deal a bunch of damage. But that has never worked in any of the classic iterations of World of Warcraft Classic, Burning Crusade Classic, or Wrath of the Lich King Classic. You have no spell power scaling with your poisons.
Does it count as a spell cast? Like, for example, if I had Lightning Capacitor and I crit 3 instant poisons, would my Lightning Capacitor go off?
I believe so, yes. I've been meaning to... There's a... I think it's called Thunder Capacitor. It's basically like the Karazhan trinket, version. But it can get it from a quest in Wrath of the Lich King. I've been meaning to go get that just to see if that works. I don't expect it would be good. I don't really know, but I don't really expect it to be good. But, you know, there's a handful of these caster trinkets where, like, yeah, everything about it works for a rogue. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is not everybody's a min-maxer. One of my friends is just, like, really into... He's the one who was like, oh, I want Lightning Capacitor on my rogue so I could just crit instant poisons in pre-patch. Like, does that work? So, yeah,
and
for him, you'll find out.
Over any other trinket?
I don't know. But, you know, some of them haven't gotten DST, Big Sag, and some people don't want to do TK, so... but,
plus, you'll lose... I mean, if you're Assassination, you'll lose the, like, value of the armor pen.
100%.
TK trinkets, right?
Maybe.
I haven't looked into this at all, but you would know instantly, right, Simon? Isn't Venom also spell damage, technically? Or is it, like, nature damage?
Yeah, so it's a weapon ability. Like, it'll proc your main and weapon effects, but it deals pure nature damage. So it's using a physical hit table. It can be dodged, it can be blocked, it can, you know, miss based on your physical, you know, miss and block and dodge whatever chances.
Yeah. And then it can be partially resisted?
I don't believe so.
Is it unresistible nature damage?
I have to do more testing. I believe it is unresistible nature damage. I'm not sure.
You can probably just check a log and then see how much was mitigated or resisted.
It's definitely not reduced by armor. So it like uses the physical hit table and then it skips the armor reduction. And I'm not totally sure on whether it has what type of spell damage reductions it has.
Yeah. Okay.
But certainly not getting
spell
reduced
pen
by
to cloak, boys.
Yeah. That we will have to, do a little bit more research to verify that exactly. Because that's obviously a very important spell to figure out exactly how it works.
Okay. Well, since we're on gearing, in terms of gearing, you want to link me an 80s? You got an 80s done? I assume you got an 80s done.
Let me see. I think I
an
do.
80s
I have to find it.
He's got the gear right here.
I guess it's right in front of us. Yeah,
I just put it right into the spreadsheet. I know people like 80 upgrades and 70 upgrades.
What am I going to look like when I wear this? Which tavern goes with it the best?
You know how they are.
True.
And then
you have to check out and make sure it's fashion bis as well as DPS bis.
So this is obviously more than fine with it too. And then you talked about the Slayer, but is there anything else you want to try to drag in from TBC that you would say is needed? Like hey, get this if you have the possibility to get it, like, or try to get it versus don't really worry about it.
Oh shoot, this is like half built. Okay, I use this 80 upgrade set to like make a thumbnail for one of my videos. But you said items from TBC.
Anything that's mandatory or kind of like
definitely nothing that is mandatory. The better gear you have from TBC, the easier your leveling process would be. The most valuable things are going to be like that Slayer combo, 2 pieces, preferably belt bracer. But if you want to do like bracer boot or belt boot, whatever, you're kind of achieving the same thing. That just gives you a solid piece, that lets you prioritize other things, but it's not giving you an advantage over what's accessible in Wrath of Lich King. if I was going to look for particular items from TBC, we're going to talk about kind of more niche uses. I would go for Rod of the Sun King from Kael'thas, Sunstrider, and Tempest Keep. And the niche use for this is when you're AoEing very large packs of enemy. You incur basically a stat loss, a weapon damage loss, compared to whatever other weapon you'd use from Wrath of Lich King, because like Rod has 100 DPS and like your starter Wrath weapons have 140 something. But when you fight a whole lot of enemies, the energy generation from Rod like scales up and becomes more and more valuable, because the more enemies you're fighting, the more like damage you're getting from each point of energy. So you could find niche applications where that's a little bit better than a Wrath alternative. And then you could get Storm Shroud armor, which is a classic item. That's crafted. It's not that difficult to get. You don't have to like go get it now. That's kind of the same idea. It's a much bigger stat loss than Rod of the Sun King, but it's also a much bigger energy gain compared to Rod of the Sun King. And exactly like which one or both you would use on which circumstances, that's kind of like not totally clear on that yet. I'm working on that, so I don't know. Like I can't tell you like use Rod on X or more enemies or use Storm Shroud. Like I can't tell you that, but like those are the things that I'm looking at that are like, these are potentially very good or have some, sorry, not very good, have some niche applications. And then there's one last one, which gets me to kind of another thing I wanted to talk about, which maybe we talk about that now, maybe we talk about that later.
Yeah, whatever you want to go, buddy.
The Decapitator, which is an axe that drops from Prince Malchazar.
Oh my god.
This has an activated ability, like 3-minute cooldown, I think. It's just a ranged attack. You like hurl the axe and it deals like 500 physical damage at range. I don't know, like if you wanted to activate that while you run towards an enemy, you could get a little bit of extra damage. That's not really what I want it for, though. What I want it for is, at level 80, you can farm Karazhan mobs you can just kill as many as you can aggro if you put Evasion and Adrenaline Rush and Fan of Knives together. And the difficulty, I've done some testing of this on the beta. I feel like I can improve it a lot more. The difficulty of this farm in Karazhan is trying to gather as many mobs as possible, because they don't tend to like social aggro each other. You have to attack every group of mobs that you want to hit. And having an extra ranged ability to pull an extra pack of mobs increases the efficiency of that farm. What you're doing is you're going kind of like into the servants' quarters, where there's a whole bunch of non-elites and a couple of like elite like ghosts prior to the opera area. You're aggroing as many of them as you possibly can, and then you're backing yourself into a corner so they can't go behind you. You're pressing Evasion, you're pressing Adrenaline Rush, and then you have 2 weapons enchanted with Life Ward, which is a new enchant that just chance on hit healing. And then you're spamming Fan of Knives, just every global Fan of Knives. And you're hitting, 30, 40 enemies, proccing Life Ward on, I don't know, a third of them or whatever the proc rate is. So like every time you hit Fan of Knives, you deal a buttload of damage to everything around you and you heal to full. And then you hope that you don't take a like huge damage spike and die, in less than a second. And I've been fairly successful. Like, as many mobs as I can pull, I can kill. So I'm just trying to figure out how to pull more mobs. And, like, the more mobs I can pull, the more efficient I can make that gold farm. And, I understand there's a lot of...
What is this farm? What are you talking about? You're farming Karazhan at 80?
Karazhan.
Karazhan at 80.
For gold?
It's going to be a very common farm because there's no instance lockout on raids. You walk out, reset it, and then walk back in.
Is it good gold?
Yeah, let me see.
Okay, cool. Someone said they might have nerfed it? Question mark?
Yeah, so they wanted to reduce the gold drop of the mobs, which doesn't necessarily mean it's no longer a good farm, just means it's less efficient. And I wouldn't be too worried about it being nerfed. Okay, hang on. I found where I have some footage of this. 1 second. I'm going to get you the link so you can show what's going on.
I got somebody's, but I'd rather look at yours.
This video towards the end. Let me get a timestamp.
Yeah, you can just share at current time.
Oh, that's true. Hang on.
Getting that ready.
I found it. It's
You know
okay.
about,
I found it.
What's the Annihilator? If that could be potentially useful on like a.
Oh no way,
It
dude!
would be so cheese, but like it would be like if a pack lives long enough, that poison damage, you know, look it. ZIRENE is like the king of using Annihilator, right? So.
Dude, I'm just you because Annihilator is no longer main hand; it's one hand, so you dual wield Annihilators.
Okay, so
armor debuff everything.
So with the Wrath of Lich King, there's a big change to how armor penetration works. In TBC, basically everything is a flat amount of armor reduction. Like Sunder reduces whatever 450 armor, Expose armor reduces 3,000 whatever, Annihilator stack reduces 200. Almost everything in Wrath gets changed to be percentage based. Like Sunder is 4% per application, so a 5 stack is 20%. Expose armor is 20%. The minor armor debuff, like Fairy Fire, is 5%. A couple things escaped that conversion to percentage. Annihilator and like some of the similar items like Bash Gooder or Riven Spike, still say a flat armor reduction. And I've done a limited amount of testing to like try to see how these interact, and they apparently stack with the percentage buffs. So how it works is the flat reduction gets applied first, then the percentage buffs, which is a less like ideal. If you wanted to be more powerful, you'd rather it be the other way, but like you're still getting a benefit here. And one other item changed, which is much more usable than any of these shitty weapons. Okay, sorry, I'm a big Annihilator shield too. I actually saying that hurt myself a little bit. I have Annihilator on my prop paladin. I love when I'm not tanking. I just slap that Annihilator on. I'm just like, come on, proc, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Play a little mini game.
So there's an old item from Ungoro Crater called Crystal Yield. You like went around the crater and you like picked up these crystals and you turned them in. You could get this item called Crystal Yield. That was just a consumable that said like reduces a target's armor by 200 for a minute or whatever. And previously, like it didn't stack with Fairy Fire. So like no one gave a shit about this item because like it was less than Fairy Fire and it didn't stack. Okay. Fairy Fire gets changed to a percentage, and now Crystal Yield is still a flat amount, and now these two things stack. So this is an item you can just use out of your inventory. It shares a cooldown with your explosives, so there's some like cost to doing it, but you're looking at a DPS gain for all the physical DPS in the raid by reducing a target's armor by 200. So like that's like potentially usable if it doesn't get nerfed.
You said it shares with explosives?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's on the explosive shared cooldown. So like you could have a healer like sit at range and use their cooldown on a Crystal Yield.
Leatherworking drums.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is the fan of knives. Yeah, so you watch my health bar.
Look how he pulled everything. This is what I'm blowing my mind right now. I thought I fucking was sweaty. This dude's next level. Look at this.
Okay, grenade. Yeah, so like what I was working out when I was doing this is like how to effectively pull as many packs as possible, because they have to be kind of stacked up, and like you can't have them hit you before you're in evasion and adrenaline rush, because they will kill you. So you need them to kind of all be together. And really, like instead of sprinting, yeah, right there, I kind of pushed sprint too early. I've got one of them marked. You can see it coming on the right. And based on when that's coming in, I go and shoot another pack, so they're all kind of together. Then I go to the spot I want to kill them, which I might change that. Like, this is kind of the route that I've seen from old videos. Where I first saw this was a video from a creator called Swole Benji. He had a video where he, yeah, it's from the Life Ward cast. It's just chain casting Life Ward on myself.
Oh my god.
How'd you reset him?
I just vanished.
Oh, okay.
And I guess if you fall off the edge, it you know, those stealth seeing ones won't kill you. They killed me sometimes, but you know, whatever. Then you just loot them all.
Crazy, remarkable.
So yeah, in this example, I am using Rod of the Sun King, but these examples were recent. They were with the energy bug. So, and I didn't realize that at the time. Like the beta had just gone back up. I was like, damn, I have so much energy. I'm energy capped all the time. Maybe I don't need Rod of the Sun King. And like with this energy bug, you certainly don't. You're just energy capped regardless. But I imagine like once the energy gets fixed, you may still desire to have Rod of the Sun King to increase your damage output. What you really want when you're doing this farm is to be able to cast Fan of Knives every global, because that's not only killing the enemies, but it's also keeping you alive. So like if you don't have enough energy to cast Fan of Knives, you have to wait. That's a bigger time segment where you're potentially dying. You're not healing yourself.
1 second. Sarthe has to head out, so I was going to let him say bye, and then we love his face.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, keep crushing it. Simon, you have so much information. This is like the best rogue episode of all fucking time. ZIRENE, way to crush with these questions. I love you guys all. I'm out for the weekend.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
The rest of the episode, crush it, and I can't wait to watch the rest of it with the combat stuff. Love you guys.
Yeah. Peace.
Excellent. Good to see you, Sarthe. Thanks for joining.
Good to see you, dog.
We're gonna go to hat number 3.
All right. Ugh.
I gotta fix some cameras while you guys talk. Sorry.
Yeah, all good, man. All good. Yeah, when somebody leaves, it just everything just gets destroyed.
All right.
Oh man.
Yeah. Did I link the combat spec in our group chat? Let me see.
Yeah. We can go back to that.
Okay.
I
got it if you want to, or we can talk about this Karazhan a little bit more.
Keep talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll circle back to combat. No hurry. I have no life, so quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking I was going to stream after this, but I'm enjoying myself, and it's going longer than I thought. So I'll have to decide if I'm actually streaming after this.
Yeah, if you got to go, you can definitely go if you have to.
No. I don't have shit scheduled. Okay.
Yeah, streaming fills the void. It's just like you got nothing. It looks like I got stream time. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. Just I know this might be a little off topic from the farm, but like. So I noticed there's like a lot of like fist weapons, and like I think you put combat bis as Calamity's Grasp and Web Death, which is fist weapon dagger, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So this doesn't change at all if you're dwarf or human, does it? Or even orc?
No. So the reason for that is basically just like Calamity's Grasp is higher item level than any other viable weapon you can get. It's just so much stronger than the other options that like your racial bonus for like say a human using swords, it's not enough to overcome the difference between Calamity's Grasp and the best sword. Calamity's Grasp just the best, and you want as combat you want to match your 2 weapons to any of the 3 weapon talents. That can be close quarters combat that uses fist and dagger. That could be hack and slash that uses swords and axes, or it could be mace specialization that uses just maces. And then you want, a slow main hand and a fast offhand for combat. As long as your weapons both match one of those 2 talents, you change the talent specialization around. Like you take the points out of close quarters combat if you're not using fist and dagger, and you put them into hack and slash if you're using sword and axe. And the spec works just fine. Like you don't have to like fill any other points differently. You can just take those out, put them there. And basically you just like you're not immediately going to have best in slot weapons, obviously. Like you want to just pick the 2 most powerful weapons you have that match one of these talents and use those. It may occur that like the 2 best weapons you can actually get your hands on both happen to be maces, and then it's like, okay, take mace specialization.
Are maces bis in Ulduar? I don't remember.
Maces are never the bis choice.
They're never bis? Okay. Axe is at the end of the game, right?
Right. My current figures have a close quarters combat setup. Fist dagger for phase 1 and phase 2. That's Nax and Ulduar, and then phase 3 and phase 4 have a axe setup. Neither of them use swords. Maybe the phase 3 one uses a sword. I don't know, but whatever. They're both hack and slash setups.
Yeah.
So there's nothing like inherently wrong with the mace specialization talent. It's just like the best weapons in every phase happen to not be maces. Oh, I fucked that one up, huh? I died. I just looked back over to the screen.
Even with like the 15% armor penetration, it just never comes out to be worth it, huh?
I mean, it never comes out to be the best option at the time, right? Like,
Gotcha.
if you could choose whatever weapons you wanted, you would not choose the maces. But that's not to say, like, when you're actually gearing up, you may find a situation where the best weapons you actually get your hands on happen to be maces, and you want to spec maces until you find something better.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why my Discord, they literally have notifications off, so I don't care if people bitch about it. If you're listening to this and there's Discord, I'm already trying to do a bunch of shit. I don't care that you hear it pinging. I'm sorry, I tried, I give up. Anyway, continue.
Are you in streamer mode?
Yeah, I'm in streamer mode, and all my notifications are off. It's fucking crazy.
And you're in D&D?
Oh, I'm not in D&D. That's smart.
I'm in streamer mode enabled.
Yeah,
For my Discord, it always just automatically enables streamer mode whenever I open OBS.
No, I heard it just now too. That's why I looked. I heard it, and I'm not scared. Anyway, you're good.
Yeah, you just change your... Yeah, click yourself online, the thing at the bottom, and then change that to Do Not Disturb.
Yeah, so on this pull, what I screwed up is I staggered the mobs. You see, I killed all those and they're still coming. And now I don't have enough evasion and adrenaline time to finish off the rest of them. The mistake I made was I staggered the enemies, and that's why this one is fucked up.
That looks so cool. So much damage, dog.
Dude, the screen is just full of numbers. I love it. I love it.
Instant numbers too. That's what the good part is. You don't got to travel,
What's your shift to? Is that like a trinket?
Yeah. I just have it bound to the trinket slot, basically, whatever trinket is in there. So if it's inactive, that's a meaningful button. But there, it's a mirror of truth, so it's not a meaningful button.
I was like, it looks like it's supposed to be inactive, but it is not.
Yeah.
I was like, that thing is from
right.
And all that.
And Blizzard could potentially nerf this even more. Who knows what they want to do with Karazhan. They generally don't like having these super good instance farms, but I'm not super worried about that, because what you can see that's going on here is the really powerful interaction of self-healing from Life Ward, hitting a crap load of enemies with Fan of Knives, and that insane energy feedback from focus attacks. Those three things are all super powerful. If Karazhan drop rates get nerfed so much that this isn't a worthwhile or efficient thing to do, it's just go to another instance. Surely you could find another instance where you can just group up a crap load of mobs and AoE them down with essentially the same formula of, Life Ward, focused attacks, Fan of Knives, evasion, adrenaline rush, whatever. So maybe this gets nerfed, maybe it doesn't. I'm not concerned. If it gets nerfed, find something else. This is the inherent method that's going on here is extremely powerful and will find some use somewhere.
Random question here. Can you use tier 2 when you put on poisons and switch back and set bonus still works?
No.
Okay.
We did cover that a little bit earlier, but maybe this viewer's joined now. That was an idea, the way you word it, explains exactly what's going on. We did testing both a long time ago in TBC Classic, didn't work then, and we've now done testing to have statistical confidence, within a 95% confidence interval that, performing that sequence of events does not actually modify your poison's chance to trigger.
Okay.
My favorite part about this whole Karazhan farm is I just watching your unarmed skill and defense go up.
Oh, did I really not have it that high? I didn't even catch that.
Unarmed skill 320 out of 400, and then
wow, I was doing this with hella low weapon skill, and I didn't even realize it.
And then you got 398 defense, and then on one of them, I'm a big stickler for even if you're a DPSer, you should just get maximum defense, because if you pull a mob and it crits you, then you basically auto die. You're dead.
Yep.
So. Yep. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to get your defense rating up very easily. There's a place in Terracar Forest and stuff where stuff just hits you for one damage.
So fun, dog.
Yeah.
You're making me want to play a rogue. Try a rogue. It looks fun.
Yeah. So what I'm doing there, I'm using a Cobalt Grenade, which has a really long cast range, to aggro one pack. I'm using a Thrown Weapon to aggro another pack. Fan of Knives for 2 more, and then I jump down, and then I do another. And then I wait a little bit so they're not staggered, and then I do another throw. what I want to add to that at the very least is I want to use...
This NPC yells out, not fair right here. It's so fucking fitting. He yells, not fair right here.
What I want to add to that is I want to add hand-mounted pyro rockets, which is an engineering tinker you can put on your gloves. It lets you just shoot a fire damage rocket out of your gloves. It's like a 45-second cooldown, and it's another really big range. It's just another way for me to pull mobs from far away. And then also the item I talked about before, the Decapitator Axe, is another real just ranged attack. Another thing I can press to pull another pack of mobs. And then I can probably optimize the route a little bit, like pull different packs in different sequences. To just try to get more enemies together. Because, like, once I've got evasion and adrenaline up, and I'm doing Fan of Knives... What am I doing in here? Oh, is this
killing
back?
spree? Yeah, he just jumped to
showing killing spree while I went.
Whatever. Okay. Yeah. So like, once you have a evasion and adrenaline rush, and you're like spamming your Fan of Knives, and your like life ward is healing you, there's no limit to the number of mobs you can kill in that 20-second window. The difficulty is strictly just how many mobs can you actually get to be in front of you at once. Before you activate those cooldowns and enter your kill phase, essentially.
What potion were you using?
Wild Magic. That's the spell power and crit one.
Well, there's no longer melee crit and spell crit. It's like, well, there is, but not. It's in a bundle. It's just crit haste and stuff like that. Hey.
Yep. Right. So the spell power crit potion is increasing the crit chance of the physical damage portion of my Fan of Knives, and it's also increasing the crit chance of my instant poisons. And that, because that's like literally 99% of my damage output in this situation. Is it really? Blade Flurry is like, I thought it was like 9 or 10%. Whatever. It's basically all my damage. The crit is what you want. Haste doesn't really help you in this situation. Unless energy is bugged and haste is giving you extra energy regeneration. Like it is now on the beta, but that's not really supposed to be there.
Can you cast Fan of Knives while Hand of Protection?
I have no idea.
Okay. I don't know if it counts as a spell or a physical attack for that purpose.
Usually you can't cast attack. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be a thing to find out.
Yeah. He was limit testing in that video, Jipper. That wasn't perfect. He was limit testing that. I'm pretty sure you guys are down better than that. He talked about the stealth mobs too.
I would assume that you can't, but I was just asking because I was like, that'd be pretty good.
Hand of protection. I'm putting this in my notebook. I have a bunch. Dude, the most annoying thing I've been keeping in my notebook every time I do a Sunwell speedrun, right? I've got to stack up all these obnoxious transporter debuffs. You know about this, ZIRENE?
Yeah.
So you can the engineering transporter can sometimes give you a debuff that increases your character's size. Shoot, I'm kind of wait.
You feel bigger. There's Tauren. There's evil.
Yeah. So and you can exploit. You can do a particular exploit with the transporter to be able to get the debuff without putting the trinket on cooldown. So then you can stack up multiples. You can make your character so big that you can attack Felmist while standing on the ground during the air phase of Felmist. So anyone who's trying to like speed run Sunwell is having all of their melees stack up all these obnoxious buffs. And basically I got so annoyed with it. I was like, man, I'm going to write in my notebook every damn time I do this and like how long it took me and how many tries, because it's just random whether you get one of the debuffs each time you like activate the transporter. And I've got like one time I got really unlucky. It took me 80 minutes. And then it took me 24 minutes another time, 22 minutes, and 25 minutes with like roughly 40 attempts for most of those like 20-ish minute ones. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is the worst.
Yeah, it's terrible. This is your fault. You're the one who popularized it though, right?
It is my fault. I'm sorry, and I am attempting to repent. I tested it on the Wrath of Lich King beta and confirmed that the same exploit is working to stack transporter debuffs. And immediately after I confirmed that, I went and I submitted a bug report and was like, please, dear God, make this not a thing in Wrath of the Lich King. I'm attempting to repent. Hopefully they, I mean, like, it's really, I think there's a simple fix. They just make it so the debuffs, like, don't stack with each other. So the game will, like, replace, you know, any transporter debuff when you get a new one. And then it's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, the intention of the item is that you're not supposed to be able to use it by the time your previous debuff is even gone.
Right.
Or is
like
still on you, right?
The debuffs are like 1 hour duration and the item's cooldown is 4 hours. So it's definitely not intended in any way to be able to fix them or stack them. And it's like, maybe they could figure out how to like fix the exploit that allows you to do it in the first place. But that sounds like way more difficult and way more work and potentially has other negative side effects. Just like group the debuffs, make them not stack with each other. Problem solved. People can exploit the teleporter all they want and pick whichever debuff they want, but they ain't gonna stack them anymore.
I'm glad you're now pioneering for the other part of it. I like how you were somebody who was like, it's like, it doesn't matter if this is for good or bad. I'm here to just report the facts. You can do this. Yeah. And now everybody's just like, it delays our speedrun sometimes. People are like, when we're doing the pre-clear, the warriors aren't allowed to log in, so everybody's logging on ult to help pre-clear. Oh my god! And they're like, okay, now that I've been start rolling for Torin.
Now that I've been compelled to do this like 4 or 5 weeks in a row, I've changed sides.
Oh, it is.
Someone in chat says Simon is reformed.
Oh my god, it's so bad too because a lot of these people are like, they don't mind doing it for the most part because they went through classic with world buffs. Yeah. But obviously, you don't want to have to do it. Like, you don't mind it, but it is kind of annoying. So
I think it's even like, it's fundamentally different than getting world buffs. World buffs are, at the very least, they're deterministic. Like, you go to Felwood, you get your Songflower. You go to Darmal, you get your Tribute. Like, you basically know how much time it's going to take you to get these things. But, like, when I was doing this, one time it took me 80 minutes of doing nothing but rolling debuffs because I kept getting unlucky. I didn't get the right ones. And it takes me, like, 20 to 25 minutes. Like, it's non-deterministic. I mean, it'd be really unlucky, but you could theoretically do this for 2 hours and not get the right configuration. But I did learn of some new technology. Do you know about the new technology with the world enlarger?
Is this a melee thing?
No, I don't know about it, but the world enlarger is something people have talked about, so I don't know.
What is it?
Yeah, so
pray tell.
One of the really unlucky things that can happen when you're trying to stack up these debuffs is one of the debuffs actually makes you smaller, which is the opposite of what you're trying to do. So what the old way of doing this was whenever you'd get the smaller debuff, you'd queue into an arena, and it would clear out most of your debuffs. It wouldn't clear out the 2 soul splits, but it'd clear out like everything else that was good or that you wanted. So like whenever you'd roll smaller, you'd get set back, right? You'd have to queue into arena, and then you'd have to basically start over trying to get the good buffs. What was found out and told to me, and I am very happy about and happy to share as well, is that a gnomish engineer can use the world enlarger item. And basically what you're going to do with this is you're going to just do your transporter thing like normal. You're going to stack up until you have every beneficial debuff, and it doesn't matter if you have the smaller debuff or not. Then, once you have all of these, you activate the world enlarger, and the buff that you get from the world enlarger overwrites the you feel smaller transporter debuff, so it lets you clear that one out at the end, which greatly reduces the RNG factor of trying to stack up these stupid buffs. But there you go. It's slightly less obnoxious with this new tech.
That's crazy.
I don't know how I feel about this.
What?
I don't know how I feel about this. This is like, you got to be gnomish, so there's gonna be somebody out there who's like, I gotta swap for this. Oh no.
So it just reduces. I mean, you don't have to swap for it, but if you want to reduce your, the RNG element of stacking the buffs, that like maybe there's something else that can do the same thing, like overwrite that smaller debuff and then be able to cancel it. But I don't know about it.
Elixir, any elixirs? Like, I don't know. what is it from Winterspring?
Noggins.
Winterfell Firewater. The Elixir of Giant Growth. I don't know. All I know about Elixir of Giant Growth is it helps you get inside of walls. So it's the most most exploitive one.
Anybody who has questions, you can. If anybody tuned out late, you can ask questions and then we'll answer them. I'm gonna answer them as we go. Let's go to. We didn't do combat because we got derailed, which is more to define. I'm okay with that.
Sure.
Do your combat one, and then we got a couple more things. I'm gonna go over combat. I'm gonna go over leveling and open world and dungeon cleaving for the boys, and then races and professions, and we'll be done after that.
Okay.
Unless you want to add more, which you're more than welcome to add, however much you want.
This is a combat rating spec that you've got on screen right now, and it's using close quarters combat. That's for fists and daggers. If you wanted to change this to be for axes and swords, you just pick up those 5 points out of close quarters combat. That's tier 3 in combat on the right, and you'd move them down to the tier 5 swords hack and slash talent. It's whatever. You just make the weapon specialization talent match the weapon types that you're using. Nothing else really changes in the spec other than that. You do a kind of interesting thing is like you're not taking Relentless Strikes at all. Relentless Strikes is a very powerful talent, but if you're speccing combat, that means you're putting at least 51 points into combat, which means you only have 20 points left over, which means you're choosing between either Relentless Strikes in subtlety or accessing the tier 4 assassination talents, the vile poisons and improved poisons. And like we talked about earlier in the stream, poisons in Wrath of Lich King for rogues are super duper overpowered. And like, it's not that Relentless Strikes is bad, it's that vile poisons and improved poisons, amping up your poison damage even more, are just better.
Yeah, look at
and
the poison
since you can
damage,
only
right?
choose one or the other, you go with the poison damage.
So why that split 2-3 between the two talents? Like normally convention says if a talent is good, you take 5 points in it. Why is there a split here between those two, and why is it that one?
Yeah, so vile poisons increases the damage per poison trigger, and improved poisons increases the chance to trigger. So it increases the number of triggers you get. And when you increase the damage per trigger, like you just ratchet that up a little bit, increasing the frequency becomes, the number of procs becomes more and more valuable. And conversely, like if you ramp up the chance to trigger and increase the frequency of triggers a whole bunch, as you increase that, it increases the value of increasing the damage per trigger. So this is just a balance that the spreadsheet tends to like. Like if you shift it to 1-4 or you shift it to 3-2, it just estimates that as a little bit less damage. It's about a balance, because these are both benefiting your poison damage in different ways. And yeah, you end up just wanting to balance them like that.
Gotcha. So it's like things where when I have attack speed, the value of crit and AP goes up because I'm using them more frequently because I attack more.
Exactly.
So
that's the same idea.
They just synergize into each other. Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. It's that split though, and that's the break point. Is you just hit right there.
Yeah.
2-3.
Yeah. I mean, like it's kind of weird that like, it's so close that happens to be optimal instead of just shoving them all in one talent or something. Another interesting thing about this specialization is you have a talent near the bottom of combat called Prey on the Weak. There's a 5-point talent, and when it's all filled up, it says, when you have more health than your enemy as a percentage of total. So this is basically like you're at full health, your opponent's at 99, it's active. That part's not important. Increases your critical damage by 20%. And then you also have your talent in Assassination, tier 3, the lethality, the big red one, says increases critical strike damage bonus of combo point, I don't know what it says, 30%. Whatever, your sinister strikes. These are doing, they're worded slightly differently. And then you're going to have one more critical strike damage boost effect, which is your meta gem, your Relentless Earth Siege. That's another 3% critical damage. Turns out the code in the game that combines all these effects to finally figure out like how much damage your critical strike is doing is super weird. And like skipping, like we did a lot of testing on the beta where we have like one of these effects active at a time, and then we do every single one of them, and then we do every combination of two of those effects, and then we do all three of them together, and we look at how much the critical strikes of auto attacks are doing, how much the critical strikes of sinister strikes are doing, how much critical strikes of poisons are doing. So we come up with all this data, and then we have to like guess at a formula to figure out how the game is calculating it. So we guess at a formula until we get results that match the experimental data. It's an obnoxious process, but that's how you will like figure out how the game is calculating this. And the point is, when you put all three of these together, your critical sinister strikes deal 2.91 times as much damage as a non-critical sinister strike, which is really weird. It like double dips in a weird way on some of these talents, and 2.91 multiplier for your critical strikes is just like really high. Okay,
yeah,
that's like a lot. Like, and it's just like fucking weird. I'm gonna actually, I can pull up a thing about it. 1 sec, but yeah, crit bonus calculations.
I put over here to the left the DPS breakdown of combat too for anybody, the one that you linked earlier, for anybody who wants to look at it. Right, that was the combat one.
Yeah. All right, this chart, if you want to show that, I can explain what it is. There's those critical strike. And like, I don't know what really the point of this is, but it's kind of cool. So like, this is showing, like, do you have Relentless Earth Siege Diamond? 1 means yes, 0 means no. That's lethality, and that's Prey on the Weak. So when you have Relentless Earth Siege Diamond, the experiment said your crit multiplier was 2.06. And the formula, formula I guessed at until I worked it out. Like, that's that. So this is the experimental data in this column. And you can see, like, when one of the effects is active, it's fairly straightforward. But then you get, like, really weird stacking properties. And you get down to, like, when you have all of them affecting the ability, you have a 2.91 multiplier. And the formula that works out to is... Oh, shoot, it didn't copy properly. 1 second.
You're fine. We're all just mind blown because you're the most smart guy I've ever met in my life.
Thank you. It's just like weird. It's the interaction with the lethality. Lethality is kind of the culprit that's handled in a weird way. And these other critical damage multipliers like double dip on it somehow. I don't know. It's just weird. Your critical strikes are great. That doesn't really have much to do with how you play combat, though. That was just kind of a tangent that I thought was really interesting.
Oh, what's the order in which they're stacking on each other? That's so strange.
What this is trying to calculate is the multiplier, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'm just trying
first
to figure out which way it went around it.
Hang on, let me look at it so I can help derive it. U25, that's the lethality row. V is the Prey on the Weak column, and T is the Relentless Earth Siege column. So the lethality is getting factored in kind of first, and you either have, you like start off with either a 2 multiplier or a 2.3 multiplier, depending on if you have lethality or not. Then it says, okay, which one is bigger? Do you have Prey on the Weak or do you have Relentless Earthstorm Diamond? And it only picks one of them. It just picks the bigger one. And then it multiplies by that. Okay? Then you're done with that. And then it just multiplies by Relentless Earthstorm Diamond, and then it multiplies by Prey on the Weak. So it double dips on the bigger of the two between Prey on the Weak and Relentless Earthstorm Diamond. Which, yeah, like, why does that make sense? It doesn't. But it's like the only way I could make the formula match the experimental data. And like the experimental data, we did enough of it to be very sure. And it's just like, what on earth is going on in Blizzard's code to make it like conditional on like which one, like whether you have Prey on the Weak, it'll do that, but if you have Prey on the Weak and Relentless Earthstorm Diamond, it won't double dip the Relentless Earthstorm Diamond. Like, ridiculous. Okay, but combat is very fun. I like combat. I think it has a much more engaging gameplay compared to Assassination, and I feel like the skill cap on combat is much higher. You have much more potential to play really well and have it show, whereas like the skill cap on Assassination is lower. Like, I think I said it better earlier in the broadcast. Is like, it's pretty easy to reach like 98% of your max potential as Assassination. It's much more difficult to reach 98% of your potential as combat, because it involves a lot more meaningful decisions. Your single target rotation is juggling 2 or 3 abilities in Rupture, Slice and Dice, and Expose Armor, and juggling those and all having consistent uptime while getting, you know, somewhat random resource generation from your Ruthlessness combo points and your combat potency energy gain that like sometimes spikes and is sometimes a drought. Like, maintaining uptime on those buffs is difficult. And on top of that, you're thinking about when do you want to press your cooldowns to get the most value out of them. You know, you want to stack them all up as much as you possibly can, you know, because you want to, you know, when you stack up your cooldowns, you get more value out of each one because each one's enhancing each other one. But like, you have to choose the points in the raid, like the trash pack or the boss, or do you like do it on this trash pack because it just came off cooldown halfway through the pack. You know, you might not get full uptime on it, but maybe you don't want to wait until the next opportunity to use it. Pretty crazy, and I have a lot of fun with it for sure.
And the good news is you'll probably bring a combat rogue because they share a buff with, or a debuff with Arms Warrior.
Warrior, correct.
If Arms is not good, then you'll bring the combat rogue.
Yep. Yeah, so the combat provides the Savage Combat talent, which is like near the bottom on the right. It's whenever you poison an enemy, they also take 4% increased physical damage from all attacks. So that's your attacks and everyone else in the raid. So that's a pretty good raid debuff that the only other class that can provide that is an Arms Warrior. And as ZIRENE said, you know, if there's no Arms Warrior, you definitely want the combat rogue in the raid to provide that at the very least.
And this is on poison targets. Does it mean that they have to have one of your debuff poisons active and it can't be just instant?
Correct, yeah. So you need to have like deadly poison or wound poison that puts a debuff on the target. You know, for bosses, you're always doing instant and deadly. So you got that covered. For trash, instant, trash where like the enemies die really quickly. You sometimes want to have instant. Would be a little more damage than if you went instant wound, but if you do instant and wound, you know, wound is a debuff poison, so it's going to activate your Savage Combat, whereas the instant setup is not going to activate your Savage Combat.
Okay, I was like, maybe, yeah, because wound makes sense for that, but oh man, instant it's probably just better, right?
So like,
there aren't really that many physical damage dealers right now.
Yeah. I mean, you may just say like, you know, screw the debuff and go for the higher poison damage. Generally, if you're untalented, if you don't have improved poisons or vile poisons, wound poison and instant poison are going to be basically equivalent in damage output. You know, wound poison is less damage per hit, but triggers much more frequently. Instant poison is higher damage per hit and triggers much less frequently. But once you start taking those poison talents, they like improved poison doesn't improve wound poison. It only improves deadly and instant. Then like instant pulls much more ahead. And then when you're running a like deadly poison setup where deadly poison is giving you guaranteed procs of your other poison, you definitely want it to be the harder hitting instant poison. Because like when you get a deadly poison proc that gives you your other poison, you want that to hit as hard as possible. So you definitely do not want a like wound deadly setup for a boss. That would be no bueno.
There you go.
Anything
else on the combos?
Yeah, I mean, it's also just something where like you would bring at least one combat, and then any other rogues are assassination for the most part, at least right now.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. What's kind of unclear to me is like on the overall damage meter, like, do the combat cooldowns provide enough value for you to, outperform an assassination rogue who's going to be lapping you on like patchwork basically, and all the other single target fights? They're gonna be outperforming you almost certainly, but like it's a question mark. Are you doing enough more on your multi-target fights and your trash as combat to overcome that difference? And it probably even varies raid to raid. Like if your raid moves much slower, you have your cooldowns up for a larger percentage of the trash packs, and then like can gain more value from combat cooldowns. Whereas a faster raid, you might get one Blade Flurry use between Fairlena and Maxina, and a slower raid you might have 2 or 3 if you move slower between the trash packs.
The faster, it is something that was prevalent in Classic, was the faster your raid got, the worse the rogues were, or the worse rogues became on overall. In terms of like, more warriors are passing them, not cooldown dependent. Rogues had an advantage if you were going slower. So as it progressed, people like literally only used one rogue by the end, and it was just for expose.
Yeah, but what's kind of neat with rogues now in Wrath is, if you're either using the hybrid specialization for Fan of Knives or you're using Assassination, this is actually a thing I didn't touch on before. Your damage with Fan of Knives scales up the more enemies you're facing. More like if you face 10 enemies compared to 20 enemies, your damage more than doubles, because your damage, your resource generation scales off the number of targets. And then your damage per target per cast of Fan of Knives is basically the same. So if your guild's like really into giga pulling and like constantly streaming a lot of trash mobs together to be AoE down, the rogues with Fan of Knives and focus attacks just get better and better. The more mobs you can put together, the better the rogue is. They scale up like remarkably well with higher. Yeah. Rogue that has focused attacks talent.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well, to piggyback,
that's pretty impressive.
It's like pseudo on AoE capped because of poisons, but also the resource generation. So some people will be like, oh, it's not 20 is the cap on beta, and it's wrong. It's like rogues still will pump a ton of damage.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, other classes where like they're dealing damage directly with their AoE spell, like, I don't know, Arcane Explosion, where like the AoE cap is affecting 100% of their damage output in an AoE situation, or very nearly. With Fan of Knives, the Fan of Knives spell is only dealing about 50% of your damage, and the rest of it is poison procs. An AoE cap will limit the physical damage of Fan of Knives and make that, not quite scale up as much, but it's not going to touch that poison damage. So an AoE cap hurts other classes' AoE more than it hurts a rogue's AoE.
Just to piggyback off that, since you just talked about it, we talked about it before we recorded, but that's why I want to ask again. Now there's more people in here. What's the stackability on rogues in terms of maybe speed running and kind of there's like not speed running, if you can, are you stackable? Seems like you're much more stackable than TBC, right? So how does that?
Definitely more viable to include more rogues than it was in TBC. When you're talking about stacking classes in a raid group, basically, like, you're covering your buffs and debuffs, your essential utility for the raid, and then you're just picking, whoever does the most damage. And right now, we don't have, like, exactly the data to say for sure, but looking at the power of Fan of Knives and how this works, particularly with focus attacks, I think there's a lot of potential, and I would bet that, like, rogues are a class that will be stacked just for their individual damage output in a speedrun setting. And, particularly assassination rogues, even outside of a speedrun setting, just because they have really high single target damage for knocking down bosses.
Yeah. I mean, there's also another element to it as well where, like, for example, if you go into a dungeon and you're the only person who casts AoE, you're going to have a lot higher DPS because you're able to AoE for longer. So there's going to be a threshold where you're going to bring some type of AoE class, but any beyond like X amount of them because the trash dies too quickly will affect everybody else's AoE damage. So it's like if you bring 4 rogues and that's enough to clear all your trash in a certain amount of time while still dragging it, then you don't need to bring more of, I used rogues as an example, it might be warlocks, right, of that AoE class, and then you just bring more of the single target damage dealer or what can actually do kill bosses the fastest. But rogues being pseudo un-AoE capped, that's actually huge, right? That's one of the big ones. And I'm a little scared because that's one that's stacking rogues, seeing a lot of yellow in a raid is I don't know how I feel about that one. You know, I feel like warlocks, DKs, and rogues are like the closest to stackable right now, and we've had warrior stacks for a while sometimes, but I don't know, something about rogue just doesn't feel right to me. You know, having a lot of, as somebody who plays rogue, it's like, yeah, like 1 to 4 of us per raid, even if it's molten core, that feels about right. But if we had like 9 of us in a Wrath of Lich King raid, I would I don't know how that's gonna go. Yeah.
I mean, really, the downside of that is, I mean, all those other people are gonna have to wait to get Calamity's Grasp until after I get it. You know.
Yeah. Split raid. Yeah. Well, I mean, you would be the one combat rogue, and everybody else would be assassination, right? Or whichever one.
Right. I mean, I like combat, so I'd you know, there'd be a legitimate reason to prio me the Calamity's Grasp. But like, also, you want to put Calamity's Grasp on all your assassination rogues too, eventually, so they have that weapon swap for Fan of Knives. But like, as combat, I would be using that 100% of the time, rather than just a swap for AoE.
Gotcha. So that's actually interesting because we were talking about this before, where it was like paper cutter plus flesh
shaper for pre-raid daggers.
Yeah, and then apparently afterwards it just becomes a fist weapon because it just has such high damage for splashing Fan of Knives.
Oh, so, were you talking about?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Like,
I think you can do better if you're talking about just Fan of Knives weapons. Yeah. I think you can do better than paper cutter and
on trash, right?
Flesh shaper.
Like, give you like a main hand that would actually, because that paper cutter was the boss one, right? And
yep. Paper cutter, flesh shaper set up for a single target.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, don't let them know that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here, Z, because you're perfect for this. This is beautiful because I don't even play a rogue, and you're just like, this is the perfect. I can see why you wanted to come. I was like, yeah, you want to come? You're like, yes.
Yeah. No, I love Simonize's work a lot.
Right.
Like I have a lot of questions, and a lot of the times when I ask the question, the answer is it's a Simonize video.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Anything else to touch on combat before talk about glyphs, which is next? So you can lead into glyphs. We didn't really touch on glyphs yet.
Oh, sure.
For
Yeah, we can talk about combat glyphs, and then we can talk about assassination. Did we talk about whatever? So combat glyphs, there's actually there's a couple things to talk about. So I think that the best glyphs you want for combat, you have 2 really good single target DPS glyphs, which are Tricks of the Trade. Every rogue is going to want Tricks of the Trade glyph, because just like the contribution to your team for 4 extra seconds on Tricks of the Trade is just more value than anything else you can do. It's really good. Then your other glyph slots kind of depend as combat. Killing Spree, if you're just trying to do maximum single target damage, is no doubt your next best glyph. But you may give some consideration to, like, you're trying to do multi-target damage, and if you know your Blade Flurry is like almost always going to be able to hit 2 targets, you actually want to line up your Killing Spree with your Blade Flurry all the time. So that Killing Spree glyph that reduces the cooldown of Killing Spree from 2 minutes to 1:15, you usually just, like, it ends up no value because you're like, okay, well, it's better to save for the Blade Flurry. But
I was actually going to ask if it's better to just let it rip and then line it up like every other, or it would be like, what, 3 Killing Sprees per 2 Blade Flurries or something like that?
Yeah, you'd have to, I mean, it'd be difficult because they'd get out of sync, and like generally, like, Blade Flurry is doubling the value of the cooldown. So if you even wait the entire cooldown duration, like, you're still on par or at parity with, as long as you put it into a Blade Flurry.
Yeah. Because it's not having the cooldown. If it was half the cooldown, then it might be worth it. But yeah, because I'm basically because it doubles the damage that you do, obviously, when you're using Blade Flurry. But if you could get like a whole nother Killing Spree in that time, that's not doubled.
Right. So it basically, like, in a single target situation, there's like no doubt that Killing Spree is your second best glyph. But depending on what's actually going on in your raid, you might be like, okay, I'm not going to use this because I think like, over 90% of my blade flurries are going to be 2-target, and I'll just like let you be wanting to wait and put the killing spree into the blade flurry anyways, and you're wasting that cooldown reduction. So then you have some other options. Fan of Knives, obviously very, very powerful glyph. And this is one that like combat can take without a significant single target loss as like their third glyph if you want to, or if you're not taking the killing spree, you can count this your second glyph. Combat can take the Fan of Knives glyph without a single target loss, whereas all 3 of the glyphs for Assassination are very powerful. If Assassination wants to take the Fan of Knives glyph to increase their AoE damage, they're going to take a meaningful loss to their single target damage, because all 3 of their glyphs are very good. Mutilate, Tricks of the Trade, and Hunger for Blood. So there's a little more like flexibility with the combat glyphs, which is kind of nice. Then if you need to apply Expose Armor in your raid, as combat, you want to use your Expose Armor glyph. Zirene's shaking his head.
I was just getting ready to ask that. Someone just asked. There's no.
I'm double on this one because I think Prot Warrior is like the best phase 1 tank. So like you're not going to bring something so, like, that's
if you've got a warrior who can put Sunder Armor on, you don't need to worry about Expose Armor. But like certainly you're going to be in at least dungeon groups where you want to be casting Expose Armor. Like if you don't have that armor debuff on the target, it's not just to increase the DPS for the raid. It's an increased DPS for you to put Expose Armor out. And a big change of Expose Armor compared to TBC, every combo point value of Expose Armor reduces armor by the same amount. In Burning Crusade, only the 5-point was what you wanted to use, because that was the only one that did more armor reduction than Sunder, which made the rotation very rigid and restricted the usability of it quite a bit. But in TBC, you can put up a 1-point expose and it's 20% reduction. So like a really big trash mob, might want to do that, or a boss or whatever. But it's not any better or worse in terms of armor reduction than Sunder Armor. So like Zirene, like you said, like Prot Warrior just wants to be casting Sunder Armor anyways. So if you got that in the raid, let him do it. Like hands off, let him do the armor debuff, and then you don't have to worry 100%. About Expose Armor. But it is feasible to juggle Slice and Dice, Rupture, and Expose Armor as a combat rogue. It's difficult, but it's possible. And if you use that Expose Armor glyph, you basically just want to be putting up 1-point Expose Armors. They last 18 seconds with the glyph at just 1 point, which is really good. Makes it really
your opener. Yep.
Not that difficult to maintain that buff. Another option, which, gosh, I haven't been reading chat, but I'm sure chat's yelling at me about Glyph of Sinister Strike.
Oh, man.
How many people yelled at me about Glyph of Sinister Strike?
Yeah, I just waited till we got here to get it, so go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so this is probably quite possibly one of the most contentious things that I've said that is contrary to the established beliefs about how Rogue's supposed to work in Wrath of Lich King. I think that this glyph is not very good.
Oh, were those words you were about to use in the first place? Okay, yeah. I thought you were gonna say it was dog shit. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna catch me using this glyph.
Okay.
So, let's unpack this, because obviously that's a
what if
thing.
It's fun?
Fuck this glyph. Okay. So, there it is. There it is. The one thing that I like is my pet peeve about this glyph. I'll start with that, and then I'll get into the more like serious. Right. It's yet another layer of RNG in your resource generation. You already have Ruthlessness sometimes giving you a combo point and sometimes not. And you have Combat Potency, sometimes giving you like spikes of energy and sometimes giving you droughts of energy. This like randomness to your resource generation makes it more difficult to efficiently spend your resources, because you don't know exactly when you're going to have them, so it's harder to juggle your different abilities efficiently. You end up refreshing Slice and Dice early, or refreshing Rupture early, or whatever, when you get like spikes of resources that you didn't anticipate. And then because you're using them inefficiently, you're gaining less value from those resources. When you add another layer of RNG, it makes it that much more difficult to get efficient usage of the resources you do have. Okay. That being said, I don't like the RNG element of it. I think that makes it bad. I just said that. But what's it doing? It's giving you combo points, okay? That's essentially what it's doing. It's giving you more combo points. And how valuable combo points are for a rogue kind of depends. What are you spending those combo points on? If those extra combo points are buying you extra time on any of your like good finishing moves like Slice and Dice or Rupture or Expose Armor, if you have to be casting Expose Armor, then that's very good. Those are good finishing moves. But there's a limit to how much you can spend on those. They're duration buffs, and you don't want to refresh them early. Like, eventually, you're going to generate more resource than you need to maintain those buffs. And then you start spending them on shitty moves, like Eviscerate. And that's just, like, the next best thing. And when you're generating extra combo points and all it's really doing for you, or most of what it's doing for you, is casting Eviscerate, that just sucks, okay? So Rupture and Eviscerate are two finishing moves that just convert your combo points to damage. Rupture is damage over time. Eviscerate is, upfront damage. Eviscerate costs 35 energy versus Rupture's 25. You're spending 10 more energy. That's 1/4 of one Sinister Strike, okay? So you're already down there. I'm comparing Rupture and Eviscerate. Rupture's attack power scaling is higher than Eviscerate. Okay, it's 6% per combo point compared to 5%. So Eviscerate benefits less from your attack power. Both of these abilities can critical strike, like the ticks of Rupture can individually critical strike, so there's no advantage one way or another there. And Eviscerate gets reduced by armor, whereas Rupture does not.
But can I Blade Flurry splash a Rupture?
You cannot. Eviscerate does have some use cases, particularly like when you're Blade Flurrying, because Eviscerate gets doubled, but Rupture does not. Or like when a mob isn't going to live long enough for Rupture to like tick out and deal its full damage. Those are basically the only use cases for Eviscerate. Or like you have way more resource than you need to maintain Slice and Rupture, then like you have a bunch left over, then okay, you Eviscerate. I actually think if you're running Fan of Knives Glyph, you might as well just fan a single target. Okay. Like Eviscerate is actually so bad. Eviscerate gets a little bit better when you get very high ICC gear level and you have a shitload of armor penetration. That kind of negates the like big difference where like Eviscerate is reduced by armor and Rupture is not. Like once you get a crap load of armor penetration, that's like not so big of a factor, but Eviscerate still costs 10 more energy and it still has lower attack power scaling than Rupture. It's never ever going to be like in general use a better ability, like more damage per energy, more damage per combo point. It's never going to be better than Rupture. There's one more thing. Rupture gets a benefit from Mangle debuff, and it has a bigger boosts from talents as well. Mangle's a 30%. That's a lot. Your like blood spatter talent is 30% on Rupture as well, and like if you wanted to take improved Eviscerate, that's 3 points for 20%. Like the talent bonuses and the debuff bonuses for Rupture are just better. Eviscerate is just kind of a shitty ability. So like, so to circle this back to Glyph of Sinister Strike and why this is dog shit is because even in just like phase 1 gear, you should have enough energy generation to maintain Rupture and Slice and Dice, which means when you just get more combo points, it means they're going to be spent on Eviscerate. And Eviscerate sucks, as we just went over. It's just not that very good of ability. So I think this glyph is bad.
There you go.
So what are you taking instead of it in its place?
So what I've been running for setups where like I know I need to expose armor, I've been going Tricks, Fan, and Expose. And for setups where I do not need to expose armor, I'm going Killing Spree, Tricks, and Fan as my glyphs. And if you really, really didn't care about your multi-target damage, I would put either Rupture or the Sinister Strike glyph in that third slot. If you really didn't care about your multi-target damage, I'd go Tricks, Killing Spree, and either Rupture or Sinister Strike.
Like if I was dual spec'd and had like one of the specs be the one that is the hybrid. And that has Fan of Knives in it. And then for bosses, I swap to combat. I wouldn't use the Fan of Knives one, right? Because it's not an ability I'm going to cast in almost any boss fight.
Right.
So to throw you a little sideways one here, what would you do as this is combat, right? What would you do as combat on pre-patch? With the glyphs that are in, or one's check marked?
I have my own list of that too, actually.
Get it, Bubba.
Hang on. I can't wait. Let me make that bigger.
Oh, you're fine.
In pre-patch, shouldn't you have the checked ones? Yeah, okay, the checked ones are the good ones. Yeah, that's consistent with my list. It looks like
you'll have both,
yeah. So you don't have your like big options. Obviously, you don't have Tricks of the Trade as an ability yet. You also don't have Fan of Knives as an ability yet. So those are completely off the table. Not only are they not accessible, but you'd really want to be taking Killing Spree, but you can't. Glyph of Rupture is nice, but that's not accessible. So you're really picking down to the bare bones. You'd probably go Sinister Strike plus shoot. I was looking at that list. I'll look at my own list.
Probably you only get 2 as well, right? So
you only get 2. So it's like Sinister Strike plus Slice or Sinister Strike plus Expose, basically.
Okay.
Is what I would recommend.
Cool. And I don't know. I mean, I assume minors aren't that big of a deal, but I don't know. Rogues, is there like a minor you need as a rogue, you think?
Most of the minors are not super, are not like super impactful, but I do like the Distract one and the Safe Fall.
Cool.
Yeah, Safe Fall probably doesn't have a lot of rating application, but I really like that one. You can fall really, really far and not take damage. Glyph of Vanish gives you a little move speed, but I feel like that's like, but basically all the minor glyphs are like hardly ever relevant.
Right. It is kind of cool that Vanish.
That little extra distract range is kind of nice.
It's kind of cool that Vanish you don't have the reagent when pretty much everybody else who has a reagent has to put a minor glyph on to not have to use the reagent, right?
Oh yeah. So just like baseline, Vanish doesn't have a reagent anymore. Cool. Blind doesn't have a reagent anymore.
It's on water. You can do that.
You still have to buy your poisons, but you no longer craft your poisons. You just buy them directly from the vendor, and the vendor has instant poison 9 or whatever, and you just buy it instead of having to have like a poisons profession, like you do now in Burning Crusade and like you did in Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that glyph of Envenom on the screen removed from the game. So that one was added, and literally 2 days later, there's another patch update that says this was removed from the game. It was not intended. Glyph of Envenom made it so your Envenom does not consume deadly poison stack, just like the Assassination talent. And initially, I didn't recognize that this was like not supposed to be in the game. So when I was like implementing a bunch of glyphs into my spreadsheet, I was like, Glyph of Envenom, okay. Put it in, and then I like went through my sets and like played around with the sheet to see what it wanted, what yielded the best damage output. And it was like, yeah, combat's using this glyph and just casting Envenom. Everyone's casting Envenom because when Envenom doesn't remove deadly poison, it's by far the most powerful thing you can be doing. But I was informed later that this is not supposed to be there. And I was like, oh, kind of sad. I wanted to do combat Envenom.
Nice. Well, I appreciate that. That was a good little. And what I mean, obviously the glyphs changed, but if you want to hit him up for Assassination now, regular.
Yeah. So for Assassination, there's much less flexibility because you have 3 very powerful major glyphs. You have Glyph of Hunger for Blood, changing your Hunger for Blood from 5% bonus damage to 8%. You have Glyph of Mutilate, which is, I think, the individually strong. Well, no, Tricks of the Trade's the strongest one, but Mutilate, reducing the energy cost of Mutilate from 60 to 55. Now, energy is super valuable for Assassination rogues because you're spending it on these really powerful abilities like Mutilate and Envenom, whereas combat kind of has shittier abilities. And more energy is less valuable for combat than it is for Assassination. So this like reduces the cost by 5 of your main combo point builder. It's kind of a big fucking deal. And then the third one, just like it is for combat, is Tricks of the Trade, and that's the individually strongest one. If you're talking about like your overall contribution to the raid, getting 4 extra seconds on Tricks of the Trade is a pretty big deal.
It's like a very large increase.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Do you prefer the
66% more.
flexibility in changing glyphs and stuff, or do you prefer, both of you guys, or do you prefer just having like, yo, this is my 3, I don't change this shit, I don't have to worry about nothing?
When I've been playing on the beta, I haven't worried about spec swapping very often or glyph swapping very often. Like you could theoretically spec swap or glyph swap boss to boss, or like from boss to trash or whatever. I feel like that's more of a minor thing. I want to, like, when I'm on the beta, I want to like get the basics down and understand the basic functioning that is slightly different than it was in the past. So I'm not focused on these like what I view as like smaller things, like little details. I'm trying to get the big picture and get experience like understanding that better. So I haven't been messing with that.
For me, I like glyphs as kind of a expression of you as a player, and I like when they're pretty equivalent, or when I figure out that I don't have to take like a certain one. Like for warriors right now, convention for prot warrior has said you take the last stand, the shield wall, and then the last one's kind of your own choice. People take like the taunt one, etc. I've been messing around with just taking the shield wall, and I've been like, nothing kills me, don't need last stand, and then been like, the last slot's pretty free. So I'm actually running the Devastate and Sunder Armor, so I double sunder my main target and single sunder an off target. Ooh. So on trash, I'm sundering 3 times per Devastate cast, right? 2 on my main, 1 on the off. And so like things like 4 Horsemen becomes a lot better, where I'm 5 sundering stuff in like 5 sundering multiple targets in just 4 Devastate casts.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And I'm sitting there going like, this to me is the most efficient thing I can do for the raid if nothing's killing me and I don't need the last stand one, which private servers have just been like, last stand one you have to take. So I like when you are able to find ways around things like that and then use it as a way to kind of express yourself as a player. I think it's a little bit more it's a little bit more of a thing for things like tanks, because tanks have to adjust to their raid, right? Like if my raid is very slow or our healers are not very good, I might take the last stand one, right? So there's a difference between tanking for any raid and tanking for your raid, and that's what makes you the main tank of your raid in particular. So I think it's a little bit more expressive for those types of characters and that class, but I think there's a lot of different options for things too when it comes to glyphs. But I don't think for rogue there's a lot of wiggle room there. Like man, now that you've like, I liked the glyph of Sinister Strike, man. You didn't have to do it like that. Like it was fun
You're
for
just
me.
hoping he was going to say something good.
Yeah, but he's right though. So
I like changing glyphs. It feels like I thought it was going to be annoying, but like as my warlock,
I like messing around with them right now for sure.
I like have a particular stick up my ass about the RNG element of Sinister Strike. So I'm probably coloring it a little bit worse than it actually is, but I don't think it's like an optimal glyph to use in most situations. Like I do think that's definitely true. I'm probably making it sound a little bit worse than it actually is.
Well, you just use the words in most situations, not an optimal glyph, right?
Yeah.
So are there going to be situations where you high roll this thing and it ends up being like a #1 parser? Because I don't know the percentages on it. I know it's a percentage of a percentage. I know it's a percent of your crit.
Inherently, the problem is like you kind of like the value of additional combo points goes down as you get more and more, because you spend them first on your best ability, and then you essentially max that out, and then you spend them on your next best ability, which is a little less efficient, damage per point. And you spend them on your next best. As you go down the list, it just gets shittier. So like, sure, you could roll a bunch of extra combo points and like get an above average outcome due to the extra combo points of Sinister Strike. But like, I don't know. I mean, the kind of neat thing about the Rupture glyph, like as one of your like basically your third glyph, like your third best glyph option, is that when you take the Rupture glyph, it increases the duration of Rupture by 4 seconds per cast, regardless of number of combo points. And what that does to the energy efficiency of the different combo point values of Rupture is it makes them all like almost identical, which is a really big deal, because it means you can use whatever combo point value of Rupture you want to maintain it, which makes it much easier to get that like 99% uptime or 98% uptime of Rupture. You're not worrying about like building up to a 4 or 5 and having a little bit of a gap period. Which I think is good. Yeah.
So is there a situation where, like, let's say it's like a boss that's just 2 enemies? Would the Glyph Assassination Strike be your best third glyph?
Yeah, let's say we're talking about like a Nubricon, where like you're doing big pog damage with your blade flurry, you're popping off. And you wanted to make a setup specifically for that. I'd probably put Killing Spree plus, oh gosh, if it's 3 enemies, you want a fan? You probably don't want a fan. I'd probably put Killing Spree plus CRIX plus, okay, ZIRENE, okay, plus Sinister Strike. Try to get more of those eviscerates into that blade flurry to get them doubled up.
Yeah, I mean, it can high roll. It's just not something that you should be counting on, right? It's one of those things I always use.
Like, if it's a situation where you like know you're going to be blade flurrying, then I would generally choose that over the rupture glyph if you were willing to switch per the specific situation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of the whole thing where what is it? I always use like card games as a good example. You use a card from your hand that has like a 50% chance of winning the game, and the other one has a 20% chance. You lay down the 20% one because you didn't do the math, and it still wins you the game. Didn't make it the right choice, right?
Yeah, right.
And if the 50% one lost you the game, it didn't make it the wrong choice.
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever is the most effective or optimal choice, most of the time is going to be the one that's you're going to be taking or using or should be using. Doesn't mean the other one won't pass it sometimes or work better. Just means that most of the time you take the one that's more likely. So yeah, lean on the math.
All right.
Anything left on glyphs?
I think I'm good on glyphs.
Okay.
I dunked on Sinister Strike glyph, and I'm happy.
Mission accomplished. Yeah, I was like, he's come here to do his work. He's talked to us about the transporter, and now he's talked to us about the glyph. Like,
and just we got. I guess we'll talk about. I want to talk about just leveling and versus like 70 to 80 leveling, because I know you did it, and I know you and just your thoughts on maybe what the best spec for that is. You can just say you don't have to build one unless you want to build one, and then a dungeon cleaving, and then one for dungeon cleaving for the dungeon cleavers out there.
Yeah, so I leveled up. I did, a little bit of dungeons, a little bit of questing. I even grinded mobs in a particular spot in. It's a Dragon Blight under the mausoleum underneath Naxxramas. There's like a room that has a shitload of skeletons and ghosties. And I just grinded mobs, and I hit 469,000 experience per hour. Oh, no, sorry, 486,000 experience per hour unrested. Literally just killing mobs over and over. And the why it was good was because I had a particular area where the mobs were very close together, and I just like Rogue is really good at killing mobs. I don't know what you want. I was at level 75. I was attacking like level 72s and level 73 enemies. But like honestly, I kind of did that because I thought it was cool. I was like, what really is the potential? I was interested in that. But ultimately, I'm not super concerned about figuring out how to level up as fast as possible.
Yeah.
I figure like I'm going to level up 2, maybe 3 characters. Oh, fuck, I died. Fucking whirlwind. Okay. I'm going to level up 2, maybe 3 characters. And, that's going to be that. I'm not interested in, like, investing a crap load of time figuring out how to level up 10 or 20% faster. I'm actually okay with not, like, super min-maxing the leveling process. That's my take. Like, but for those that want to know, like, maybe the more or less efficient spec, I would definitely recommend combat. I think the cooldowns and the multi-target damage potential of combat, just like you're able to solo some group quests using those giga cooldowns. You're more efficient at killing multiple enemies with the multi-target damage potential. Like none of the other specs have any multi-target damage until they get 80 with Phantom Knives. Like Blade Flurry is all you got. So I think combat is the best spec to choose, both for dungeon cleaving and for like solo leveling and questing. But you can make it to level 80 if you want to be Assassination. You can make it to level 80 if you want to be Subtlety. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, all the specs are, they function. Right? They do their job. It's just combat, usually the best one for leveling, or just pure damage output without any conditions.
Are these bastards in your raid using sigil, bro? That's Supreme dude's
the unethical DKs, dude. They're everywhere.
Dude, it pisses me off for some reason. Maybe it's because I'm not a DK or something, but oh man, bro.
I mean, like, if I had a ranged weapon that gave me 100% haste, I'd probably use it at least a little bit.
And we would tell you to take it off.
Doing, bro. I've literally kicked people from my group. So I did a group, and I was like, nah, you can't be in here with a sigil. And then let them.
Nope.
I mean, but like,
how they haven't fixed it blows my fucking mind.
It's fun, but then like it's also kind of sad because like you want to gain some like reliable results. So like if you can choose to not bug abuse, you probably should.
But Simon, did you have 1 million talent points when it first launched last little bit when it first opened? Did you try that?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, that was the best, dude. I had Hunger for Blood, Killing Spree, and Shadow Dance. I had a 30 energy hemorrhage.
You guys are the worst.
That dealt like 160% weapon damage because apparently some of the combat talents buff up hemorrhage damage as well. Oh man, I had focus attacks and combat potency. And then like, it was great. Kramer's in chat. He said he did a couple dungeons, and I remember looking at a log that Kramer had did because he leveled way faster than I did. I didn't really get to a whole lot of exposure to abuse that. He showed me a log from like a Violet hold where like he's at the top of the meter, and then the next highest person dealt like 50% of his damage.
Yeah, I was in a dungeon with Bobka, and we're sitting there doing dungeons and dueling, and he's whooping my ass. I'm like, dude, this dude is, there's no way. I didn't know that there was a bug in there. I just got in the beta that day, and I was late. And he's like, yeah, he's using all the talent points. I was like, oh, you bastard.
Early in the beta, there's a bug that, like, some rogues would get it and some wouldn't. I didn't know what the trigger was, but you just had 161 talent points available. Pretty nice.
How long did they, you know, what's crazy is they fixed that fast as shit, but there's still so many goddamn issues that haven't been fixed yet.
Yeah. I mean, as they try to fix some things, like other things get slightly broken, or like as they import code to do one thing, it's an issue. It's a problem. You know, like we just got this energy generation bug in the most recent build that wasn't there before.
Yeah, fix one bug, create two more. Just
two specs that are literally almost borderline unplayable on the beta right now, and they still haven't fixed it after I don't even know how many things we've been trying to get it fixed. It's crazy.
You're talking about what, Warrior?
I don't give a flying fuck about Warriors. I'm talking about Affliction Warlocks and Shadow Priests.
Okay.
Nothing's, no dots or haste at all.
Oh, okay.
Still.
But you know, I figure like this is kind of the point of the beta, right? To make sure everything's working the way it should be, right? I mean, it'd be nice if we could just, you know, have a working game right away. But like, it's a very complicated, like, imagine trying to actually fix this stuff, right? Like doing the code, like this is an immense game. There's so much shit going on.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'll be the guy to say that you have $1 bajillion and you can hire someone to fix all these. You have time and money, and you can find the fucking bodies, Blizzard, to fix our fucking game that's been out. Private servers are literally building this dog shit game in their fucking basement. Sweaty ass, one dude with 3 Dell computers running whatever the fuck all servers, and they can figure it out, dog. You know what I mean? But Blizzard can't after making $100 million on Diablo Immortal. Suck my ass. They need to fix their shit.
I saw a really funny thing now that you mentioned private servers. So something that's kind of peculiar about Mutilate spell is that it gives you 2 chances to trigger your main hand poison on Wrath. And it did this in TBC also. But just no one cared because Mutilate just totally sucked ass in TBC. So like that's not a new behavior, but it's kind of peculiar. Like why on earth would Mutilate give you 2 chances to trigger your main hand like enchants and poisons and shit? Okay, whatever. But like private servers like apparently like realized this and was like, no, that doesn't make sense. We're going to put it down to 1. I saw a patch note for a private server today that was like, we have fixed Mutilate to now give 2 chances to trigger your main hand effects. And I was like, damn, they copy in Wrath and you know, they copy in Classic now.
I didn't know about that either. I had no clue. Didn't know it worked like that in TBC.
Yeah.
Neat. We're talking
about like I said, no one gave a shit because the spell, you know, the whole thing sucked in TBC. But
why does it do that?
Yeah. So I think the way it works is there's one spell that gets cast initially, and then that spell casts the main hand hit and the offhand hit. And I think both the main hand hit and the initial spell are offering a chance to trigger your main hand poison. be my guess. But, you know, I don't actually know what code is going on in the back of the game.
Yeah. Do you think that there's a big difference if you've been paying attention to private servers? Are you, I guess, happy with where you are in compared to private servers? Or I know you're paying attention to private servers a little bit with rogues. Well, obviously we can only talk about phase 1 and testing on top of that. But how do you feel about that? Like in terms of how their DPS is? Maybe are the pre-bis lists far off from what they were on private servers? Like, you know how there's always that mix of private servers, but here's how classic really was. Like, you see what I mean?
Yeah. So I feel like there's like when I built a spreadsheet and like really started trying to research Wrath of Lich King, like one of my main research like sources was like a lot of the private server theory crafting and ideas that have come from private servers, and like I use that to kind of really double check these ideas. And one of the hang on. I feel like there's a lot of ideas on private servers that are kind of just that originate from some private server players that are just, I don't know, bad ideas. Like the idea of not using expertise on an assassination rogue because sometimes Envenom gets dodged and you get, you know, a bonus. Yeah. You get your Envenom buff even though it gets dodged. Or like the idea of using double paper cutter because it gives you more energy generation. And I feel like these ideas, they all have some merit to them, because like, yeah, like Envenom getting dodged, giving you more buff uptime is a good thing. But like, I feel like the trend with a lot of these different ideas that come from private servers is that they're not correctly evaluating the costs of doing these things. Like not using expertise, you're getting a lot of dodged auto attacks, you're getting dodged mutilates. It's a pretty big cost. Or using double paper cutter weapon, yeah, you're getting more energy, but you're getting less, you know, mutilate damage per cast and less instant poisons per cast of mutilate, lower chance per cast of mutilate. So
holy shit, wait, what is this right here?
What? This is 3 Drakes Sarthe.
No. This like add-on or something. It's like almost like spell replay, but like doped up.
The thing in the bottom?
Yeah, what is that?
Bottom right? Oh. Yeah, that's called Nug Key Feedback. I'll put it in the stream chat.
Holy shit, thank you. That is dope. That's better than spell
slamming
replay.
3 things at once.
Is it just a spell replay looking thing?
Yeah, all it does is tell you what button I'm pressing. Yeah, like I don't use that. I just have that running so the stream can see more clearly what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's why I like when
and like I like it because like when I mash a button when I'm like on global, it like flickers the light.
Yeah, that's what I like. That's why I want it.
Shows that I'm mashing the button like that.
Oh come on, you're talking about a shadow bolt spam, baby. I can't wait to use that.
Yeah.
Dude, mine would give people epilepsy when I'm playing warrior. It's just slamming heroic strike and devastate at the same time, or like, God, you're just hitting multiple buttens.
I'm just imagining like on my Ellie on the shaman where you're pressing so many different buttons at the same time. You know, it'd be kind of cool. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. I was just wondering.
Yeah. So I mean, I think like private servers definitely correctly identified that Rogue is very strong, and I feel like Rogue is very strong on the beta. Like that, I feel like is consistent. There's a lot of good ideas, but there's also some bad ideas from that I believe are generally sourced from private server theory crafting. So I'm not saying it's all bad. It's just like I'm gonna evaluate each thing individually and see if I agree with it. And like some of them I don't, and some of them I do. I'm pretty happy with how rogues are on the beta. I feel like I'm playing a powerful class, and I feel like the decisions I make in the game are meaningful.
Even with no energy bug.
Even with no energy bug, yeah. Okay. I mean, I haven't had a lot of raid testing with the energy bug yet.
Yeah, I actually think rogues are probably going to be like if you took the average of the performance of all classes across the 4 phases, and I assume that rogue is going to have the lowest averages, and like they'll be like number 1, 2, or 3 more than any other class throughout the expansion. I think rogues will be consistently good. Whereas like a warrior fire mage will peak up towards the end. And so they have really low spots right now. So warlock and DK and stuff like that will be like the other 2 contenders for that title. But I think rogue is probably your safest bet for consistency across the entire expansion.
Rogues are already doing way better than they were on private servers from what I saw. I know it's really early, kind of hard to tell, but way more damage than what I was seeing any of them do on private servers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm excited because like I haven't totally like figured out the like optimal AoE stuff. I feel like there's a lot of room for growth and new theory crafting in there. So like there's untapped potential, I feel like, that could be discovered, which is really exciting for me.
I'm glad you're excited. There's one more thing to touch on, which has been asked a lot, which is why I saved it for last. You ready?
Yeah.
Races and professions. And any questions? Okay. This is your last chance to get some questions out, and I'll ask them afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. So professions. Let's start with professions. Okay. Engineering is the only one that I'd say is mandatory, or like really important to have. It's not only giving you damage boosts, like meaningful damage boosts through like your hyperspeed accelerator glove enhancement, your goblin sapper charge, or the new sapper charge. Difference between Wrath and old engineering is the sapper charges in Wrath, you have to be goblin. And there's not really a meaningful reason to go gnomish in Wrath. So like you want to go goblin so you get access to those sapper charges, but you can just switch your profession in Tanaris. You don't have to re-level engineering like you did previously. You get a convenient swap for the specialization. Anyways, so engineering, very good. Gives you meaningful damage boost, slightly, like very slightly more than the other professions. But it also gives you utility. And that's the most important thing. That's kind of more difficult to measure exactly how much it's giving you. But it's very obvious that like you have nitro boosts on your boots. You move more quickly between the enemies. That's a big deal. You move quicker, you get more uptime, you spend more time dealing damage in any situation where you have to move between enemies. The nitro boosts on your boot as another sprint option is a big deal.
I'm just ready for like all the engages where a tank runs up into the boss and then literally the rest of all the DPS just rocket in. It, like I've seen some private server videos where like somebody pulls patchwork and then all the DPS are like everybody races in. There's like 10 trails of fire. It's so good.
I swear to God,
you don't want to be the guy in the back waddling in. So
I want to start DPS on the boss before the boss even touches the tank. I want to trick the tank, and I want to killing spree the boss while it's fucking moving. Get 2 or 3 more seconds of uptime.
It's like my favorite thing about the game. Now, obviously, you have a mechanic that lets you do it too, but even if so, it's like even casters, as those casters, we're sending shit over the tank's shoulder. You know what I mean? Yep. I love the pre-casting. It's like some of my favorite. The pre-pot and the pre-casting. I'm a retail guy. I come from retail, so I love that. I love that you can pre-cast. I love that you can pre-pop a potion. It's pretty cool.
Okay, so engineering is definitely good. Basically, anywhere you look on the internet, you can find someone telling you that jewel crafting is the next best profession because of the very powerful gems. And the gems are pretty damn good. It looks like we're going to get the high-level version of the gems, and they're not going to change the power level of the jewel crafting gems throughout the expansion like they did originally. It looks like that. That's not set in stone, which means that jewel crafting is relatively more powerful before we have access to epic gems and relatively less powerful after we have access to epic gems. Because you're always comparing the jewel crafting gem to what other gem you would be putting in that slot. And like there's the main like thing that makes jewel crafting a step above the other professions is you get to choose what stat you get with the jewel crafting profession benefit. You can put that in as hit gems. You can put it in as expertise gems. Later on, when you want to stack armor penetration at like Ice Crown Citadel gear levels, you can put those jewel crafting gems in as armor penetration. That flexibility of having like different potential stats from your profession rather than most of them just giving you straight attack power. The flexibility is valuable. It's hard to say exactly how valuable because like it's going to like help you maintain your stat caps while you gear up in each phase, and how valuable that is depends on what items you're getting in what order. It's kind of whatever. Jewel crafting, very good option, but I do not believe it's the only option as your second profession. I think tailoring is very good, and I think that is either in some cases equivalent or a very close second best to jewel crafting. And really, the important thing is that I don't think there's a meaningful difference between the power boost of jewel crafting and the power boost tailoring, I think we're talking about a fraction of a percent, like 0.1 or 0.2% power difference on your character, difference between jewel crafting and tailoring. And what I really like about tailoring gives you so what I think is cool and fun about tailoring is it gives you a proc. The benefit is a cloak enchant that gives you a proc that's 400 attack power for 15 seconds. It's on a 50-second internal cooldown, I believe, or 55, and a 20% proc chance. So it happens consistently when it's off cooldown with that high proc chance. You can use this proc and put it into your blade flurries and your killing sprees and your adrenaline rushes as a combat rogue and juice extra value out of it because you're stacking it up with those extra cooldowns. And if the margin between from the spreadsheet is telling me 0.1 to 0.2% difference between jewel crafting and tailoring, I'm like, okay, how much extra value beyond what the spreadsheet thinks do I actually have to get out of tailoring from stacking it with my cooldowns for it to actually just be better? And it's like, well, not much. And it's certainly not going to put me meaningfully behind to be tailoring. So that sounds cool. And also you get to ride a flying carpet. And, okay, everyone knows about the flying carpet, but there's one extra benefit of tailoring, okay? And we have to go back to Dire Maul, okay? In Dire Maul North, the intended way to do the dungeon involves creating a Gordok ogre suit and then tricking one of the dumb ogres into that someone, whatever, you trick him and he runs away or whatever. You get a Gordok ogre suit. That's important. Gordok ogre suit turns you into a big fat ass ogre who has a slightly bigger attack range than a normal character model and looks way cooler. But the Gordok ogre suit is unique. The materials to make it are not unique. A tailor or leatherworker can learn how to make a Gordok ogre suit themselves and then have multiple sets of materials for Gordok ogre suits with them in the raid, and then just recraft a Gordok ogre suit every time they want to re-ogre form. So if you are tailor or leatherworker, you can be perma ogre if you want to. And that's the true benefit of tailoring.
Oh shit!
I had to go deep for that one.
That was deep. Woo! Z, what about you, bro? What are you thinking about that?
Oh well, I'm like, the fact that it's leatherworking too might sell me on it because the whole thing right now with drums of speed are just your group. They don't give no tinnitus and they stack with everything, including cheetah.
That's true.
So those are kind of busted right now. I don't know if that's going to change or not. I would assume it's going to change, or else that means you need 5 leather workers in every raid.
Yeah.
for speed. So that might be a bit of a problem. Even then, it might just be because there's no tinnitus, you might just have literally everybody in the raid, or 4 people per group.
Just spam the move speed if you're really trying to go fast.
Mm-hmm. That might.
I would hope that's a thing that gets nerfed.
I do too. I really don't like it, but that's how it's acting right now.
Yeah, it is how it's acting right now. That's correct.
The other thing is, I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I might do this. I might just make it so my first professions are things like herbalism or inscription.
Mining would be good, or
inscription, right?
Yeah.
Because also, if you get herbalism and inscription, and you can make your Dark Moon card greatness by milling herbs over and over again at the start, that might be one of the things for people who can't afford a Dark Moon card greatness.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Might be a larger DPS increase across the phase if you're somebody who doesn't have the money for it. Those are going to be very rare and very expensive. So if you're somebody who likes to farm and stuff, you might be able to mill and get one yourself. So I might end up doing that between all of my characters. So it's might be what it is for me.
Yeah, having the professions to craft it yourself. Some people really like that, as opposed to just trying to farm gold and buy it.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, I have about 20 minutes until I have to be inside a Nax right now with my guild, but
you need to be a Nax? I'm on twins right now.
Races.
Oh, I'm not joking. I am.
I'm over here trying to mice slot my character up.
I was either going to tell you, hey, man, I got to go for my 3:30 raid. It's 4:20 right now.
Bro, it's too much fun, bro. Yeah. Too much fun, baby.
It was a good podcast, so I was like, I ain't leaving.
Yeah. Okay, so races is the last thing on the list, right? Character races. Okay. So I can break this down pretty quick. A lot of people are going to ask about Shadow Meld from Night Elves.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
Originally, in Original Wrath, you could Shadow Meld, would drop you from combat, and then you could use Stealth during a boss, and that would activate your Overkill talent as an Assassination rogue. You can also Vanish during combat, and that forcibly puts you in Stealth and activates your Overkill talent. But Night Elf could get like an extra activation of Overkill. As far as I'm aware, this does not work in Classic. I know they put out a fixed note that says Shadow Meld drops you from combat now, but I believe that was in reference to... Yeah. Sorry, what?
I don't think it drops boss combat.
Right. I believe that was in reference to some problem it was having in a PvP scenario. Yeah. Basically, in every iteration of Classic so far, Classic Vanilla, Classic TBC, and everything I've seen on the Wrath beta so far, combat with a boss in a raid is special. It's different than other combat, and you are locked in combat. So I do not believe Shadow Meld is going to drop you from combat during a raid boss, and because if it does not drop you from combat, you can't enter Stealth and you can't activate Overkill, and it won't reset your potion cooldown either. I am very sure that is how it's going to work. So there's nothing special, until that's proven otherwise. There's nothing special about being a Night Elf. Basically, all the Alliance races kind of suck. Human has access to 3 extra expertise with swords and maces, which is a little bit of something, but none of the other races have a meaningful racial that increases your damage as a rogue, except for Draenei. But Draenei can't be rogues. You just want to have a Draenei in your party to give you 1% extra hit chance with physical attacks and spells. That's great. For the Horde, Undead suck ass. Their racial doesn't really do anything unless the boss is going to fear you, and you can get extra uptime with it. Their base stats are the worst of any race. And the 3 good races on Horde in order are Blood Elf, Orc, and Troll. Troll is definitely the best. That's pretty clear from the spreadsheet, but the difference between the best and the worst on Horde, according to the spreadsheet, is about 1% damage output. And the difference between Troll and Orc, the best and second best, is 0.25%. These are something, but certainly if I was an undead rogue on Horde, I would not reroll. To me, that's too much. That's too much effort to put in for too little of a gain. To abandon my character because someone else, another racial is 1% better or something. But that can be up to the individual whether they think it's worth it to re-roll for a different race with a slightly more powerful racial. The way I always put it is when people ask me is it worth it to do X or is it worth it to do Y? I'm my role is to tell you how much different these 2 options are, and then you get to decide, is that worth it to you? I give you the number, this is your DPS difference that you're talking about. You decide if you want to re-roll or not. I certainly ain't going to tell someone to re-roll.
So the difference between a human and an orc is 2.5-3%?
No, hang on. I had a chart. Let me get the chart. I have lots of charts. I like charts.
Love them. I love them.
So I was comparing, let's see. Undead is the worst of the worst. You can't ever get heroic presence from a Draenei because you're Horde, and your base stats suck, and you have no relevant racial. Whereas the 3 other Horde races, Blood Elf, Troll, and Orc, all have relevant racials. If you're a human and you get heroic presence, you're pretty much on the same level as Orc. That heroic presence is actually pretty
Okay, so you're including that in all the Alliance racials. Okay.
Yeah, here, I got the chart now. Copy image, send it over to, oh shoot, here. This chart. There we go. Okay, so this is comparing, 0% is the best, and it's measuring how much worse the other race options are. So Troll, 0%, that's the best. Undead is minus 0.99%. So basically 1%. And like if you get heroic presence and basically any of the alliance races, you're looking at like minus 0.35 to minus 0.37 roughly. These aren't huge game-changing differences. I mean, the difference between undead and troll is the most significant. But I know ratios matter a lot more for other classes. I'm not sure the specifics, but like just some of the races get like bonus pet damage, which it just like scales insanely well for hunters, and like is a way bigger than a 1% difference. I would imagine for those classes.
Yeah. Things like DK, Orc is amazing. Axes are like the best thing in the game for them. Attack power, attack power, and then your pet, and then even just snapshotting as a troll for gargoyle attack speed. It's just yeah, there's some very significant ones for sure. So rogue, it doesn't matter that much. That's good because back in the day, oh man, weapon skill was a big deal.
Yeah, so like humans. This is set up with one kind of particular fight duration, and it's set up with a 3-minute fight for mutilate. So it's not valuing the orc's expertise because you're using daggers, and it's actually the worst case scenario for troll. Troll's getting 1 activation of their racial, and orc is getting 2 activation of their racial. Yeah. And orc is still behind. And like,
oh wow, troll's that good.
When I set it up for combat and I utilize the orc's expertise, like troll's still a little bit ahead. So like this is pretty much getting the picture for the races. Like it's going to be a little bit different for combat. It's going to be a little bit different at different fight durations, but for the most part, this is capturing the comparison of the races for rogues.
Oh man, thank you. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
4 hours. I didn't even think that was possible. I love you. I enjoyed every minute of it. I learned a lot. I don't even play a fucking rogue. I don't know who else could have did it better than you. I need you. Here's the deal. I'm going to give you a week heads up for each class dive we're doing, and you need to no life that for a week, and then you need to come on to every single class deep dive, right?
This takes a little bit more than a week, I would say. Just a little bit.
Come on.
You're trying to kill him, man.
CRIX, you trying to pay my salary? Because if you're trying to pay my salary, we can keep talking.
I can barely pay my own salary.
If that offer is including a paycheck.
Yeah, I fucking love you. Well, that's it, guys. That was a lot of topics. That was everything.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna get it into video form in a little bit now, and then I can't post it till I'll probably post it when Sarthe gets back, so we can post it at the same time.
Right on.
And then yeah, but you're more than welcome to post it too, Simon and ZIRENE, obviously. Are you raiding right now?
Sure.
What are you gonna do? Do you want to host right now, or?
I am not live right now. I'm gonna have to eat a little bit, but you said you had a fusion raid or a guild raid coming up.
Yep.
I mean, if I can eat quickly, I'd be happy to join that if there's a spot, or I'd just try to do something else.
I'm done. I'll let them know.
So yeah, I don't have a stream right now. I do have to go eat. My tummy's a rumbling. But
I stream every day. I'll be able to get you a lot.
All right, right on. Yeah, that's good. Well, thank you very much for having me. I enjoyed this. I had a lot of fun. I like, as you can probably tell, I like talking about this game.
We love you. We like people who like to talk about this game. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with the rogue, and I know that a lot of the community. It's weird because like people won't know how to do anything, and they don't know what people don't like Discord. So they don't want to go into class Discords, but then they don't like YouTube, so they don't want to go to YouTube, but they swear by chats for some reason, which is fine if you do that. That's why I'm trying to get this all here, like, you know what I mean? Hopefully, I'm trying to get people in the class Discord as well, the big brains like yourself and whoever else for each spec. So I'm glad you came, and I really appreciate it. I will find any reason to get you back on here. Just let me think of something.
Sure thing. Wonderful. Well, you let me know. I'm happy to join. I had fun. I'd do it again. Yeah. I know about rogues. I know about PvE. I don't know shit about PvP. And yeah, that's about it.
I think we do a hat contest, and then we just have another rogue talk. I'm pretty sure the rogues won't mind another. Well, we're gonna do one of these episodes for each phase. So what I want to do is I want to do like every phase. Oh, phase 1, phase 2. Let's do a rogue talk or every class. But yeah, we're trying to keep doing that the whole time. So thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that.
All right, I got one more hat for you guys, and I'm gonna sign off because this hat, I have to take these earpieces off.
I know what it is.
And I won't be able to hear you guys.
It better be what I think it is.
All right. One more hat for the audience, okay?
It better be what I think it is.
Wait, I'm gonna make sure you can't see it. Okay.
Yes! Visor down, baby. Yes. Can we hear you in there? Oh, he can't hear us.
It's great because I mentioned this when he got up, so he didn't even hear me when I mentioned it. That was great. Oh man,
you're such a Chad, bro.
He's the best hat.
Yeah, can we get some? Can I get a? Can you guys just spam a heart in chat for my boy, man? Just spam hearts for a little bit.
Internet trolls. When I'm doing a potentially contentious topic, I wear this hat so then the trolls can't get me.
Oh my God!
I'm about to invest in a motorcycle helmet in that case. Oh my God.
Yes, thank you. Spam hearts for our boy Simon, man. Here's his links. I'm linking them in chat again. I made a command for you. Links to his Discord, his Twitch, and his YouTube. You guys already know who he is because you guys are rogues in here. And if you're a rogue and you just met this guy, well, here you go. You're welcome. Keep pumping.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. I'm going to sign off, get myself a quick dinner, and you don't have to save a spot for me that rate. I don't know if you have a spot, but
we'll see.
I'll try to get back as quick as I can, and if there's a spot for me, I'd be happy to join.
I got you, brother. All right, brother. All right.